how do you do? It's one of my favorite days of the year. It's Daytona Day. Nah, it's not Daytona. It's the Daytona 500. I don't know why we ever had to come up with a cute name for it. But that commercial did win an Emmy, so shows you how much I know. Shows you how much we know. We all fucking mock Daytona Day. That shit won awards. I'll tell you who the bets are in a minute. I texted Michael. Last night I had an epiphany. I took 3 Fords and a Toyota. Today's bets are Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, and Bubba Wallace. Probably foolish to pick Bubba. I probably should have picked at least one fast Chevrolet. But Elliott and Larson were high on the odds. Blaney's the Ford that I think is the best one, but he was also too high of odds to be worth betting. Thought about doing two $2 bets, but I just said, you know what, fuck it. Let's just try to steal a little money. 4 $1 bets. 4 bets at Daytona is a blessing, so I've probably successfully jinxed 4 guys. They're going to finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Instead of me just getting 1 bet and finishing 2nd. So, you know how it is. Feels good. First Daytona 500 not affected by weather in several years. It'd become a tradition at this point to just sit here and watch it rain all fucking day. But luckily, we're getting a Daytona 500 that's starting on time. Still not starting as early as it should, but still starting pretty much on time and on the day it's supposed to start. And it's nice weather outside. Going to be a transitional race to, I think the last little bit of this race will probably be in the dark. What's up, Michael? The last time the 21 car was fastest in practice at Daytona and suffered damage in the duel, it won with Trevor Bayne of all people. So, and how could I not take a car at 50 to 1 odds as fast as Harrison Burton's car? I mean, come on. How late did I stay up? Well, I didn't ride my bike last night because my legs were really sore from the last few days. But I did wind up laying in bed until like 5 in the morning awake. And then I fell asleep, blinked, and it was like almost 1 o'clock today when I got up. So I was up pretty late. I was playing NASCAR Thunder, which I've become addicted to again. It's just so fun to play that game. Play those games 03, 04, 05. That's what we've been playing a lot lately. You hear Dylan's, I don't know if Dylan's coming. Dylan wants to come, but he had some kind of birthday party or something he had to go to. So he's going to be watching the race on his phone or whatever. He might be able to make it here. He says it depends. Till then, I'm flying solo. And they're showing a music video right now. What the fuck did I just step on? Standing up, stretching my legs. It's going to be a long day of sitting down. I don't think this is, like I said, all weekend since the duels were very eye-opening. This 500 is not going to look like anything you've seen for the last 4 or 5 years. Let's be real, it's not going to feel like any Daytona 500 you've seen in probably since 2004. I think this 500 is going to be very different from what people have gotten used to the last couple of years. But it could be good. I'm optimistic. I'm excited. And I think the fast cars and best drivers have more of an advantage with the way these cars race now than they have in recent years. That's why I picked a lot of the faster cars. I was like, man, the Fords have the numbers and they're pretty consistently fast. More consistent than the other groups of cars.
Welcome to Daytona Beach, Florida.
So we'll see. Brad Keselowski is my pick that I'm most confident about, I would say. Out of the 4 bets you gave me, Michael, I'd say I'm most confident in Brad. Just got to think he's the best super speedway racer that has not won a Daytona 500 yet. So, feel pretty good. I don't know if that's licensed music or not, but I keep muting the TV just in case. So by this week's logic of throwing cautions on the final lap when cars hit the wall and get upside down or whatever, Mark Martin should have won the 2007 Daytona 500 because they should have thrown a caution as soon as Kyle Busch spun off of turn 4 in that race on the last lap. So, hey, congratulations, Mark Martin. Retroactively, you are the 2007 Daytona 500 champ. Go back and pause it when the caution should have come out and look at where everybody's running to see where they should have finished. Michael, I can't lose today with 4 picks. Surely not. Oh, and they made the big bombshell. Danica Patrick is going to call the Las Vegas and Phoenix races. Aren't you excited?
But to make up ground, how difficult is that for guys that are towards the back of the pack? It's a pretty, I would say, impressive names.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Joey Logano's going to start in the back, but Harvick's someone I want to keep my eye on. He was in the right position in his duel. We talked about, though, the last car in the packs was having a hard time hanging on. He lost the draft. The other Fords went on to compete for the win, but I think Kevin Harvick's going to have a good day.
I want to talk about the new car because Harvick did say it's like driving your street car for 20 years and then going to the lot and buying a new car. You're trying to figure out the buttons and all.
Kevin Harvick copying Joey Logano with the glasses. You know what? If I was a race car driver, I'd probably want to have glasses too because I think I'm actually supposed to wear glasses part-time, but I gave up years ago because they gave me a headache, and I feel like my vision's fine. So I'm probably going to go blind one of these days. I check my audio levels and make sure everything sounds normal. Yep, mic's working. Sounds good to me. I'm really loud. As long as I'm louder than the TV. 13 if Logano wins, 15 for BK, 21 for Bubba, 41 for Burton. Burton would be the big one. It's like, woo, can I get Harrison Burton to win this race? First race with the next gen car. I hope it goes better than the first Daytona 500 with the Gen 6 car. But it could be similar, but hopefully more raceable. You know what I mean? I think on Thursday we saw you can make moves, you can make passes. It's just really easy to lose the draft.
Heisman Trophy winner and Fox NFL analyst Charles Woodson. Daytona, are you ready? Drivers, start your engine!
Engines fired at 2:57. Gee, I thought this race was supposed to start at 2:30. And the green flag was at 3:05. Fire it up. Mike Joy's 43rd Daytona 500. That's insane.
It's the 64th running of the Great American Race. It's auto racing's ultimate paradox. Its checkered flag has embraced the sport's greatest champions, yet it has eluded other great champions. Let's see how this paradox applies to today's field.
I think we have 6 500 winners in the field.
Daytona 500. Which of these champions might join that list today? The paradox. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Daytona. Tony Stewart has 19 checkered flags here. Now, that's more wins at Daytona than any driver in the world except Dale Earnhardt. However, how about that one?
We're making fun of Tony already.
Thanks for reminding me. I appreciate
let's get it out of the way right now.
No, it is, and trust me, it haunts me to this day. I would take all 19 of my other wins and trade those in for one Daytona 500. That's how much the Daytona 500 means to all of us as drivers. This is the biggest race of the year in front of the biggest stage. All the fans are here, all the OEMs, all your partners are here for the biggest race and the first race of the season. This is the big show.
What is the emotion of this day?
I never slept good the night before the Daytona 500, honestly. I mean, this is the one you really want. I mean, this is the one when you're...
Mike Joy is old as fuck, but he's still sharp and still the best in the business at his job. Nobody's ever going to be better than Mike Joy. And he's not lost a fucking step either.
So the night before the race, it was impossible to get a good night's sleep.
Well, you've won this one, and I'm glad to have you with us.
Thanks, buddy.
Clint Boyer has won an Xfinity race series, won twice at Talladega. What's it going to take to win this today?
Well, you know, it takes me to Kyle Larson. Starting on the pole of this
Tony
race
Stewart's
is great.
favorite driver, Kyle Larson.
Dominated last season. I mean, in dominant fashion, wins the championship, has never even seen the top 5 on a restrictor plate track. 400 miles of learning out
Kyle
here.
Larson was leading late in the 2017 Daytona 500.
Your allies, right? Then trying to put
2017 Daytona 500, to me, as of now, was the last great Daytona 500. We've had a lot of demolition derbies since. 2017 was the last great Daytona 500.
Daytona 500 on Fox.
Because 18 turned into a fucking joke, and Austin Dillon tried to kill somebody for the win, so it was tainted and shitty. 2019, Wreckfest. Not a bad race per se, but just a fucking Wreckfest. 2020, Wreckfest. Rained out, delayed, put on my... It was just a fucking... Just, once again, late restart after late restart. Somebody almost dies at the finish. Close finish, but not great. Last year, one of the worst Daytona 500s I've ever watched, only topped by the year 2000 and 2013. So we really haven't had a classic Daytona 500 since 2017. 2017, I have good memories of. I loved that last run to the finish in 2017, that long green flag run. A little bit of fuel mileage drama mixed in. All the craziness in the last couple laps. Kurt Busch winning with a car that looked like it did. Clint Boyer's money. I'm pacing around, stretching my legs. I'm real paranoid about like sitting down so much. That's why I started like walking and riding the bike again. I'm gonna hit that bike hard tonight. I didn't ride it last night. My legs, I'm just so tired. And then I go try to lay down and go to sleep, and I wind up laying on the bed watching like NASCAR shit on YouTube. I think his channel's called EMP Limit. I watched a couple of his videos. I had seen them before, but they're just so well done and well made. Sat there and watched them. Yeah, I really thought Newman... I thought Newman was going to win 2020, just like I thought Bobby Labonte was going to win 2011. I'll never forget, I said out loud when they came off of Turn 4, coming to the white flag in 2011, I said, oh my God, Bobby Labonte's going to win the Daytona 500. Oh, I wish he did. Everybody was all excited about Trevor Bayne, but I was like, damn, Bobby Labonte almost won. I think about 2015, Junior should have won back-to-back, honestly. Junior won 2014. 2015, Jamie McMurray, who was a fucking expert at this. Jamie Mack was so good at shuffling the guys out that he wanted to shuffle out, and he shuffled out Junior late in the race. And Junior got back up to third with, like, coming to 2 or 3 to go, and then the caution came out on the last lap, and they gave it to Dipshit. So, I think about that. Sometimes I think about how I think the only reason Junior won 2014 was because the race got rained out and put to nighttime, because the running theme with the Hendrick cars for a couple of years was if the super speedway race was in cool weather or at night, the Hendrick car, especially Junior, would dominate. But if it was like hot and slick, they just had no handling. So I often wonder if the 500 doesn't get rain delayed in 2014, does Junior still win? He almost won 2015 though, and it was bright and sunny.
Time trials, defending series champ Kyle Larson. Bowman had his record 5th straight Daytona 500 start today. Row number 2, the drivers that won the duels Thursday night, Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher.
Villeneuve Gralla 1-2. Place your bets.
Rookie, the 20 Xfinity champ Austin Cindric, and last year's Daytona 500 champ Michael McDowell. Ford's in row 4 for Harrison Burton and Ryan Blaney. What's Dowell, Ryan Blaney at?
Oh, YRB. Blaney's got a good shot to win. Anybody in a Ford today has a little bit of an edge, I think.
All right, man, them Fords have been looking good. You teammates have been working well together. You got enough to stay up front today?
Keselowski or Blaney would be my real picks. Dale Jr. was second in 2001. Dominated 03, got wrecked, went a lap down, got his lap back, then it started raining. So second in 01, won it in 04, third in 05. Slipped back late in 2008 to finish 9th or whatever. That was one of my greatest disappointments. Second in 2010, second 2012, second 2013. Won it in 2014, third in 2015. So Junior has a pretty good history at Daytona. Could have won a couple more, but that's neither here nor there. Dale Jr., and I will say, I've said this before, the greatest super speedway racer of all time is Dale Earnhardt Jr. He was better than his dad at it. His dad just ran more. But Jr., greatest super speedway racer ever. Did it with 2 different teams. His run at Talladega from 01 through 04 could never be duplicated. First, second, first at Talladega.
All right, man, tell me how you're going to get us in victory lane today.
Look how tense Tony Stewart looks.
All right, buddy, I appreciate it. Good luck today. Be safe. Bring me a race car back in one piece today, please.
Row 12, William Byron, the summer winner of Daytona in 2020, and Corey LaJoy, top 10 here the last 2 years. Justin Haley won here in the summer of 2019. Ty Dillon back in the series.
I don't think the style of racing we saw Thursday, if it carries over into this race, is conducive to upset winners. But we'll see. Of course, it could just be a totally different thing when you get 40 of them out here. Who knows? I love that I've noticed already, even with these super speedway cars, the front splitters being a little off the ground is really going to help us on the 1.5 miles see better racing this year. Interesting, the drivers said the side draft just does not work like it did on the previous cars. Like, the side draft has very little effect. I think that's the biggest thing affecting the racing. But hopefully we get a good race. Cody Ware, Daytona 500 champion.
Race cars this weekend. On Friday night, the all-new Toyota Tundra TRD Pro turns fast laps here at Daytona. Today, the next-gen Toyota Camry TRD takes center stage, trying to deliver a 4th Toyota Daytona 500 win. Later tonight on FS1, catch the brand-new Toyota GR Supra funny car, speeding down the track in the moment. Here's to a new era of Toyota racing.
Toyota moving forward even when you don't want to.
Let's get first to our crew chief, former Daytona 500 winner, Larry McReynolds.
Mike, winning this race in 1992 with Davey Allison and 1998 with Dale Earnhardt, 2 of the biggest moments of my career. When I was working on short tracks, I never even dreamed I would be working on a car in the Daytona 500.
Is it weird that I'm more excited for Fontana next week than I am for Daytona right now? Because we know what Daytona is. I want to see how these cars race at Fontana and Las Vegas and everywhere else.
It does not stay with you the rest of the season, not the rest of the career.
I could have bet. I thought about betting on McDowell, but what are the odds that somebody like McDowell wins 2 years in a row? I mean, come on. We're coming to the green this time. Start of this race has snuck up on me. Can we go more than 14 laps this year without a big crash taking out half the field? Because the less cars we have running, the worse the race will be. I want to see good, clean, hard racing, but nobody getting wrecked. Oh, the tough balancing act. 60 laps, 60 laps. Oh, they go 65, 65, and then 70. Okay. They changed the stage lengths this year, I just now noticed. Daytona 500. Weak-ass green flag wave, but we're off. Larson down in front of Bowman immediately. Smart move. Chevrolets are going to have to work together and stay committed to each other more than ever based on what we saw Thursday. Larson, Bowman. Keselowski and Cindric on the bottom. And Keselowski jumps out of line immediately to go lead that top line. Brad wants to lead this race. Him and Cindric shot to the top. They left the 48 and 5 on the bottom. They're separated. Brad's going to have a big run here and probably take the lead off of 4.
That's Tyler Monty. Here's the spotter for pole sitter Kyle Larson. He will not lead the first lap of this 500.
Brad Keselowski leads lap 1. That's my main pick.
Brad Keselowski picks
Cindric
up
second.
where he left off.
Busher third on the outside. That outside line looks really strong.
Right behind him that I see, just like what you talked about in the 150 dual races, the Fords. The Fords were fast. The Fords
Well, we've made it farther than the 2012 500 without a crash. That's a milestone.
Communication, a lot of cooperation within those manufacturers.
4 Fords lead it. Keselowski, Cindric, Busher, McDowell.
How crazy is that? See Brad's old car pushing the new car, the new Brad.
That's just Brad Keselowski from another universe there in second. We've got the multiverse here in the Daytona 500.
Xfinity champ Austin Cindric has been elevated by team.
Oh boy, people are going to start bitching about this race already. That choo-choo train has formed up around that outside. The inside is losing ground by the second with some fast cars on the bottom too. Oh God, welcome back to 2013, boys and girls. I'm telling you. We trained up within 3 laps.
Hey, spotter, you heard it. Get me up there. Get me up there. Find me a hole, because this bottom line is shrinking fast.
This is something we've seen a lot. As soon as guys
There's good cars on that bottom. That's Larson, Bowman, Bubba, Chase,
top than it is to actually get to the bottom.
Suarez, and Hamlin, but they're just fading and fading and fading. Good line on the bottom, just the speed's all on the top. That bottom line stays together, they won't completely fall out of this picture. Thought I saw some debris there coming off of 4.
Kyle Busch got up into line and brought Christopher Bell, Martin Truex with him, along with Kurt Busch.
People are going to hate this race, I can already tell. I wanted to see good racing early so people wouldn't start bitching already, but we might set a record for how quick everybody's going to start bitching today.
This is Daniel Suarez from our Fox Visor Cam. Told me this morning he's got a good car and he plans to be.
Ooh, Suarez bump draft in there.
He certainly was there, and what I thought, that's all right there. That's an accordion.
There's about to be a 5-car breakaway at the front.
See it hitting a little bit harder than he even expected. You heard him have to get clear out of the gas.
Yeah, that's not as aggressive as they want to be on lap 3 or lap 2. They've got a long day. They've got to learn a lot today, and that's the biggest.
I don't like the new stage lengths. I don't like 65, 65, 70. I like 60, 60, 80 better.
Trying to figure out, hey, what's their balance feel like? It's sunny. You got bluebird skies.
I don't know why we keep fucking with the stage lengths.
They've been in a pack this big, so finding out what these cars are actually going to drive like. These guys are all going to school and going to class right now.
We haven't raced in these conditions. Like they said, most of the practice and all the duels were at night or in the evening. Don't know what's going on with that bottom line. Harrison Burton's leading the inside line now, I just realized. What happened to Larson and Larson and Bowman tucked up in the outside when they saw a hole. Now Burton, Elliott, and Suarez lead the bottom line. They're making good time, but nothing for those top 10 cars.
Rush hour at 187 miles an hour. Rookie Harrison Burton leading that group on the low side, watching car after car go by on the top.
Elliott basically tandeming Harrison Burton off of 2, but there's no speed in the tandem. These cars don't stay hooked together. They don't push very well. The draft is strong, so strong that you can just pull away from the cars behind you, but the 2-car tandem just doesn't work long around this racetrack now with these cars. I don't know why. You would think the tandem will be effective with any car that you could hook together like that even for a short amount of time.
21 up 2 spots on the inside, and now drifting a little back again.
As long as those 4 Fords stay lined up. Now Blaney shoots down to the bottom in front of Harrison Burton. Pick him up. And the Toyotas go to the bottom there. Now we're going to make some progress maybe on this bottom line. The 4 Fords are up by themselves on the top. The bottom line's gotten really strong now. Big run on the bottom here for Kyle Busch. Now Busher lost ground to the 2 cars in front of him. Busch and Bell with Truex and Kurt Busch and Bubba. Well, that's all of them. All of the Toyotas except Hamlin, who had to start in the back, so he had a crappy duel.
And I was surprised to see the top two, to see Keselowski and Cindric on the outside.
Kyle Busch leads the lap.
Yeah.
We have a lead change.
How important that manufacturer play is going to be.
All the energy came right out of that outside line. It's now the cars in the low lane that are out front. Let's go to pit road.
William Byron 3 wide through the middle. Noah Gregson coming with him. That's a little further back. Shout out to the Toyotas for staying committed to each other, to making this race interesting instead of just following the Fords. Outside line's got a good run again. Now they've pulled about even with Kyle.
Up top, RFK, Penske, RFK, and front row. All lined up.
I think Brad led that lap. I can't tell. They were so close at the line. We got a car running. I think it's Hemrick who's dead last, about to get lapped.
The Fords make a lot of noise. The Chevys qualify fastest. The Fords race best on Thursday. Where are the Toyotas that come Sunday? Oh, there they are right up front.
Yeah, they have a real bad habit of doing
The
that.
Toyotas started this trend in 2016. They just haven't been that good at it since. It's been the Fords primarily. But the 2016 Daytona 500 changed super speedway racing forever. Like, we always saw teammates and shit work together, but not to the level we see now, where everything is coordinated. Oh, I miss the simpler times of Dale Jr. and Tony Stewart just working together when they felt like it, not having to be committed to each other for an entire race.
So that's where Brad Keselowski is, and he loves it. Remember, Keselowski's a Cup champion, has 35 career wins.
10 laps in, only like 1 or 2 cars has lost the draft.
Should be enough motivation for today, but as you mentioned earlier, Mike, he's part owner of his race team now. And remember, he lost his dad back in December, so a lot of different emotions for Keselowski. And Mike, that Harley J. Earl.
There you go. Daniel Hemrick goes a lap down, somehow lost the draft.
Win for Brad today.
Absolutely. They're lapping past Daniel Hemrick, who, due to an inspection failure, had to do a...
He had to start in the back. Oh, he had to do a pass-through penalty. Wow, I knew Hemrick had to start at the back. He had a crappy duel, and then he failed pre-race. I didn't know they made him do a pass-through. Wow. I didn't quite realize that. We're 10 laps in. Keselowski, Cindric, Kyle Busch, Buscher, Bell. I don't know why that stupid dog is barking. Time to scroll Twitter during the commercial. It's probably going to be scrolling Twitter a lot during this race based by the looks of it. I don't care. A boring Daytona 500 is better than no Daytona 500. Think about when COVID hit, that it hit at a good time of year. Not that there was ever a good time to have a global pandemic, but can we just be glad that it didn't hit right before the Daytona 500, or God forbid, right in the middle of football season? What would have happened if COVID had hit during football season? And how about Michael Waltrip calling Chase Briscoe Ryan Briscoe repeatedly to his face in the pre-race show? Very nice. Wonder if there's anybody not watching the 500s. They don't like where the door numbers are on the cars. I'm kidding. Still think this 500 will end up being better than last year. It'd be real hard to be worse than last year. The one thing I like about when the super speedway races end up like this is the amount of strategy that, like, real race strategy can come into play. You saw it Thursday night. And we're back. 14 laps in. Still mostly 2x2, but the inside line's lost a little bit of ground.
Behind Keselowski, Cindric, and Buscher, Ricky Stenhouse has moved his Chevrolet up to 5th. We knew he'd go for the front early. Kyle Busch is the first Toyota in 6th.
Yeah, no, we won't get our Villeneuve, Hemrick, and Gralla 1-2-3 finish. Keselowski, Cindric, Buscher, McDowell, and behind them is Stenhouse, Jones. Larson and Bowman have made some ground back. It's taken them a bit. Larson and Bowman leading that inside line, they looked like they had parachutes hanging out of the back of their cars the way that inside line was losing ground when Larson and Bowman were leading it. And then those Toyotas pulled down and saved the inside line.
That when you try things and it does work, the people around you see that and see strength in your car, because you want these guys to feel like we're strong in the car that late in the day.
Yeah, I see Villeneuve just ahead. Hope he doesn't pretend this is Road America in 2010 or 11, whenever the hell he did that stupid shit. Leader snake to the inside of Jacques Villeneuve. So now Villeneuve and Hemrick are battling for the free pass. A lot less dramatic than battling for a transfer spot in the duel.
That's going to be something that we watch as these tires start to wear out. Everybody will be slipping sliding around.
Let's go to 8th place, outside pole sitter Alex.
Now that outside line has an even bigger advantage.
Like you mentioned, it started on the front row for the 5th straight year. Alex Bowman fell back very early on to mid-pack. He's began working his way back to the front of the pack, now in 8th place. All good with that race car. He has been silent on the radio, just couldn't get the right line as the race got started there.
Yeah, it's weird looking for Ross Chastain in the 1. It really is. A lot of weird things in this race. Hey, we made it farther than last year without a huge crash taking out 20 fucking cars. So.
This is a backup for Logano, who started back in 38th, and he's worked his way halfway through the field.
Yeah, just a little late block, you know, but not only Joey Logano learned, everybody in the field learned from that mistake made. But you know, hey, Tony, what are you going to have to do to win this race? If you're the leader, what are you going to have to do when you know you come around here for the last lap? What's one thing you're going to have to do? Make a big-time block, which is what he was prepared to do, and he already said to pre-race he'd do it again tomorrow.
Kyle Busch leading that inside train. We listened in.
So the Daytona 500, according to Kyle Busch right now, who was giving an assessment of what he feels, is a one-lane racetrack. If you're not running the top, if you're running the very bottom, it's just not fast. So yeah, this race is probably going to suck. I thought about putting a bet on Jones like you, Michael. But look at that top 4. You can tell I made some good decisions. It's just a couple of mine ain't up there yet. So glad they don't do the choose cone at Daytona, or we'd be really fucked. I think it's super speedways and road courses they don't do the choose rule.
Christopher Bell right in front of him, he'll have to lift out of the gas. Those guys on the outside with that big run that Tony was talking about, they hold it wide open. Letting out of the gas and creating a, a slack in the chain, if you will, that loses momentum, and that outside will prevail every time.
And that's the key right now. I mean,
hey, Gregson 19th. Not bad for him to start dead fucking last almost.
From pushing the guy ahead of you too far and creating that gap. If you can get even and maintain that and stay wide open, that's the best way to make time.
I think the guy in 3rd place is going to decide who wins this race late. And the 2nd place guy makes a move, and the 3rd place guy doesn't go with him. Or if he does go with him. Choo-choo. Logging laps. And green flag pit stops, forget about it. That's going to kill the race. Maybe I should be playing NASCAR Thunder during the commercials. Or hell, during the race. I can't believe it. I've looked at the weather in Daytona Beach. It's like it rained on Tuesday. And I think it's been sunny. So they've had like consecutive days of no rain in Florida. Well, in Daytona Beach anyway. Jones is a really good super speedway racer. We know that. He's going to be a guy that I'll probably at least consider at all the super speedways this year. Oh man, a Golden Corral commercial. The closest Golden Corral is almost 30 minutes away. But I fucking love Golden Corral. We're back. Still a really good inside line. Just obviously not as fast as the outside. Nothing's changed during the commercial. At least we can't bitch too much about commercials today because there's just nothing going on.
22 laps complete. Brad K still leading, and you can win some of 25.
Debris on the back. Kyle Busch hit it. I think it was just paper. Why are we looking at this thing of graphic of Clint Boyer when we could be watching the lack of racing going on right now? Yeah, in the draft they can get you can get up to like 190. Hell, Brad's average speed is right at 190. And he's leading the race. Look at the speeds on the ticker right now. You can get over 190 in the draft. These cars are like really, really slow, like slower by themselves than they've been since like the 60s. But the speed in the draft is still really good. That's why I thought this might be more racy, but it's just not looking very racy right now.
At this point, the rest of that group is going to stay together. They're not going to. They don't know how much each other's having to get out of the throttle, so they don't know how much they're actually saving as well. So they have the projections off of that lead car.
You know, we've talked about all this, lifting our gas and all that stuff. This inside line is figuring it out. You were talking about it. Don't push through.
Inside line's in 7th place with Kyle Busch at the head of it with the Toyotas behind him. Hamlin's found him. So now you've got all of them. You got all 6 Toyotas. I didn't realize Hamlin had tucked in there behind Bubba.
Already starting to find some momentum and marching towards the front. I believe so.
Hamlin is 15th. He started 30th in the number 11.
Toyotas were really fast in one of the practices this week, I remember. Can we just split the field evenly and have 20 cars on the bottom, 20 in the top?
Behind Bubba Wallace.
Corey LaJoy, 32nd. Oh, the Gen 7, the great equalizer.
53. He's right at about 93.
53. That's a lane that's barely idling, boys.
But 90, many of us can do that at just a brisk walk to the booth.
Our walk up here was not brisk, by the way. It was borderline sprint.
I tell you something, he keeps getting to the front, it's going to keep going up. That's what I'm saying.
Hamlin works at that. He says his
The NASCAR Twitter account shared it was a GIF, and it was flashing through pictures of every driver in the Daytona 500, and it said screenshot, and whoever you screenshot is who's going to win the 500. I did the screenshot thing, and it came up Ricky Stenhouse. Somebody I saw on Twitter was like, man, I got Cody Ware. Fuck this. I got Stenhouse when I did that. Kyle Busch up to 3rd on the bottom line.
and race leader Brad Keselowski.
Even the announcers ran out of shit to talk about.
Seems like that bottom lane gets people in it, gets a big line going, and then people like bail out on it. You either got to believe in it or not. And every time they do,
The only hope for the Blaney in the back there shoots down to the inside. The only hope for this race is if Brad Keselowski gets a bunch of trash on the grill and has to like get out of line. That would shake things up.
Everybody follows suit, and that line takes off.
Saw Blaney jump to the bottom there, and he really doesn't, where he's at in the lineup right now, he doesn't have a lot of Fords around him, so he has that flexibility to not feel like he has to be loyal to somebody in front of him. He can pick and choose where he wants to go.
This is the first time I've seen separation in this outside line, but I think it's because...
Nah, Boyer, it's the second time we've seen separation. I'm glad Boyer's paying attention because the same thing's happening again, and now Kyle Busch is going to lead this lap because the outside got split up a little bit. But then Cindric gets to Brad's back bumper. Cindric and Keselowski basically tandeming. Oh, God. Cindric's car started darting back and forth across Brad's bumper.
We're not sure when this first pit stop is going to happen, so we're going to keep it right here and go Fox side by side.
Gotta say, I mean, nothing's happened, but I think Fox's camera coverage today has been a lot better, 28 laps in, because in the Xfinity and truck race, they were fucking horrible. Kyle Busch could clear Keselowski, but he should stay down there with his teammate. If they could get all 6 of those Toyotas cleared, then we'd have a new headache. Then we'd just be pissed about them ruining this race instead of the Fords. Kyle Busch leads. Before the race, they're like, over or under 35 lead changes. I said under. By a wide margin. So glad Chrome numbers have made a comeback. I don't know what this commercial is, but... Well, now, I'm about to say their camera coverage was starting to piss me off in the commercial because it was an onboard looking out the side of somebody's car. I'm like, can I see the field, please, so I can gauge what's going on? We're getting close to halfway through stage 1, which is when everybody expects to pit. I figure they split the stage in half. A little harder to split it in half with 65 instead of just 60 laps. I'm so glad that when I got to be an adult, they decided to make race tickets for kids $10 now that I'm not a kid. You realize how many races I could have went to when I was a kid if tickets were just $10? I wouldn't have had like 5-year gaps between getting to go to races. That's why as soon as I got to be an adult and had money on my own, I go to races every fucking year.
The race, and that gives them a unique statistic.
I'm not saying this, Mike.
Boy, Clint Boyer is annoying.
Here it comes. Kyle Busch has now passed Tony Stewart for the most laps led by winless driver in the Daytona 500.
Wow, what a great stat for Kyle. There's another useless stat for the Kyle Busch fans to come when their pants over. He's led more laps than anybody that hasn't won the Daytona 500. That's a very Kyle Busch stat. Good for him. He's racking up another one.
That's dirty. You done me dirty right there.
The car owner and Tony Stewart's really happy to see this 2-line single file bullshit. We're on lap 32, pretty much halfway through stage 1.
Pushing the car he owns right ahead of him. That's Bubba Wallace. Bubba just told him, don't push me off too. The car's too unstable. Guys, this track feels a lot different for these drivers than you hear.
I just think Toyotas did a better job of getting lined up. The Fords were already lined up and raring to go at the start of the race. The Chevys have good speed, but there's just not that many running together. There are behind the Fords in that outside line. There's like Bowman and Larson, Suarez, Stenhouse.
Busch
Oh my God, it's Jennifer Jo Cobb. Remember when NASCAR wouldn't let her race in the Cup race? Good call, NASCAR. They didn't let Jennifer Jo Cobb in a race at Daytona, but they let Drew Dollar. Outside line got broke up again. There's about a car length between Cindric and Buescher, and then further back in that line, somebody pulled down.
Well, Mike, the fuel window's about 38 to 42 laps. We just completed 32 laps, so I'm going to say probably, as we saw in the dual race, they're going to come somewhere around lap 38 to 40. But right now, those 6 Toyotas on the inside, they are in perfect shape to make their...
Inside line's getting stronger and more consistent as this race goes on.
Boxed out right now. That's going to be a little complicated until that group on the inside makes...
I don't think Tony Stewart's worried about his cars getting outran right now because it's so early in the race. And the front cars got formed up so fast. He knows as long as they're there at the end, they'll have a chance. Boy, that inside line could, yeah, look at that. The top 5 could almost clear up in front of Keselowski right now and lead that top. I like that 2 guys that have been around forever that haven't won the 500 are leading each line. That's pretty cool. Inside line really strong now. Don't let them down. If they want to get to the bottom, don't let them. Bell pushing Kyle Busch caused a big one last year, and when I saw Bell push Kyle just now and Kyle's car wiggled down the straightaway, I got scared. What is this field going to look like after green flag pit stops is what I want to know. Yeah, the top 10, the top 8 cars are now in the bottom line. Your leaderboard has 8 cars that are all in the bottom line. Make that 9 cars. Outside line died when it came time for green flag stops. And I bet after green flag stops, these Toyotas will be the new outside line because they'll probably just move up.
We've been seeing guys have trouble coming on the pit road. Denny Hamlin, 3-time champion of this race, has spun out in the duel. Very interesting and challenging for these guys getting on the pit road.
36 laps in, nobody's pitted yet.
All lined up and all on the inside lane, and because you want to leave pit road with friends so you can form up a draft again, they all want to pit together.
Exactly. And to your point, Clint, what you're talking about on the brakes, not only do they have more brakes, we never had a problem with not having enough brake pressure and brake power to stop. The problem was you didn't have enough grip in the tires. So now it makes it harder on the driver to have to modulate the brake pedal when they do come in, not sliding the tires and getting in too deep.
Having a look at Christopher Bell and looking at the hood of his car.
Wow, the flap on the hood of Bell's car is broken.
That is what we call a hood flap, and that's in case the car turns around backwards. And Mike, I've got the sheet of mandatory.
Hey, they got to fix that.
Hood flap is definitely
should be able to tuck that back in. The turbulence when he was pushing Kyle Busch did some weird things to the hood and broke the hood flap. Well, we got some Fords pitting. Not all of them, but a lot of Fords pitted together. 2 tires and waiting on fuel. That is so weird. Single lugs. They changed the 2 tires really fast, and you got to sit there and wait on fuel. Honestly, you might as well change 4. I mean, fuck. But they all, Gilliland, Blaney, Custer, Harvick, Briscoe, Cindric, Almirola, McDowell come out of the pits together. Now off of turn 4, here come the Toyotas, and here come the Chevys. Oh, boy, this is a mess coming onto pit road. Toyotas, Chevys, and the few remaining Fords that didn't already pit.
Well, you want a clean pit stop here. Martin Truex has dived in that 19. And Truex, as far as he's concerned, he said they just want to get through this race clean, especially these early stops. Regan?
Kyle Busch has been happy with his race car all week. No different today. Not a word on the radio for Kyle Busch.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see somebody not get their car full of gas, considering how these pit stops are so weird now with how fast they change tires. Toyotas come out in front. Kurt Busch and Bubba lose some ground, so they've lost touch with their 4 teammates. Stenhouse, Harrison, Burton, Logano, and Larson, and Justin Haley have not pitted yet, but they're pitting now. Oh, whoa, whoa! Villeneuve spins, coming onto the pits. I think he's going to keep it straight. Oh, he keeps it straight. No caution. We stay green. Like the paint scheme on the 27. From a distance, he looks like Danica Patrick, so I'm getting bad flashbacks. Ty Dillon too fast on pit road. Sorry, Ty Dillon.
First pit stop ever for the Daytona 500 here for young Harrison Burton. Right sides, they got enough fuel in there. Happy with the car. Like the bottom line, much better than the top.
Well, this will spread things out a bit. Black flag up for Ty Dillon to serve that speeding penalty. He's back in the Cup Series with Petty GMS Motorsports.
A good call on the pit road spin. You saw it Thursday with Hamlin. Hamlin busted his ass on Thursday, and now Villeneuve. But Villeneuve had a nice save.
So Joey Logano in a backup car.
Logano, Harrison Burton actually cycle through the lead. Kyle Busch and Hamlin immediately go to their outside. 25 to go in stage 1. We'll see what they look like when they come back from commercial. But interesting that Logano and Burton cycle through the lead. They were the last ones to pit. I heard these next-gen cars are really good for road courses. I wonder what that's going to be like. Because every previous generation of NASCAR race car was not built with road courses in mind, but this one was built almost specifically for road courses. Greg Biffle went to the garage 10 minutes ago. Fox didn't even mention it. Bob Pockris hooking us up with the info. Let's see. Yeah, people are like, wow, Biffle's in the garage and Fox didn't even mention it. Don't know why. I'm trying to find out. Good thing nobody put any money on Biffle. Caution is out. We have a caution. A wheel has come off of the 50 car. I don't know how a wheel comes off of a single lug wheel, but they said caution's out for Kaz Gralla and Chase Briscoe during the commercial break. Kyle Busch is the leader. So much for the field being strung out for pit stops. We got a interestingly timed yellow flag. So Biffle's in the garage. Kaz Gralla and Chase Briscoe just brought up the yellow. Sorry, Michael. I know you bet on Briscoe. Hopefully he's okay. Guess we'll see when we get back from commercial.
Washington, Daytona.
Not the money team.
Team here is a three-wheeler limping onto pit road. Kaz Gralla, he lost a wheel, and the 14 lifted Chase Briscoe and got hit from behind and spun. Let's have a look.
Wow, Fox has a replay of this. I'm stunned.
Austin Cindric is right behind him.
It's a good group of cars. Blaney Custer and a couple of Stuart Haas cars, and yeah, everybody checked up.
Everybody just scattered waiting on the car.
Briscoe got spun, didn't hit anything.
Here's the radio chatter.
Should be fine. Yes, Chris, I've seen that weird Rick Hendrick guy in the shippost group. Haven't been keeping up with what's going on, but I keep seeing his name pop up, and I'm like, Rick Hendrick?
I don't think it hurt it too much. You see sparks flying right there. Obviously, you don't want it
the size of these cars up, but I think he'll be all right. How's like that at 180 some mile an hour? Woohoo! That'll wake you up.
Well, thanks to Anchor Tractors for that view. Our onboard cam. Chase Briscoe.
Briscoe's going to get 4 tires and be all good. Hell, the 50 car looks fine too. These cars are durable. Built Ford tough. All these commercials better pay off later in the race. He confides in you and complains to you about the fake sensor Vina. I got to get more involved in those group chats and just comment more in general. I'm surprised I didn't catch shit for the comment I made about ARCA last night on a post. I was like, why does ARCA still fucking exist and why has it not been merged into some other series? Since they're having guest analysts, and I never thought I'd ask for this, but since they're having guest analysts, can we get Darrell Waltrip back for just 1 week? I don't want more than 1 week of DW, but maybe have Darrell call Bristol. I don't know. Yeah, I saw people like getting pissy about guys talking shit about ARCA, and I'm like, dude, ARCA is the worst form of fucking racing in the entire goddamn world, dude. ARCA is terrible. See yesterday, okay? I've been to one ARCA race and was like, yeah, that was interesting, never again. Well, I basically went for free. Come to pole night at Charlotte Motor Speedway and then stay for the ARCA race. Eh, sure, why not? Why the fuck not? Yeah, we get 2 weeks of Danica with all of her NASCAR expertise. Closest she ever came to sniffing anything resembling a win was the 2013 Daytona 500, and Dale Jr. scolded her ass on the last lap. There goes the wheel.
My own wheel and tire fast bait. Cascarala. That, by the way, is a major infraction and will result in a 4-race suspension.
Woo! Kurt Busch. Just look at the move Kurt Busch had to make to dodge that tire. My lord.
That's steep.
How does a single lug wheel come loose?
Shows you how big those rotors are. You're actually driving in on the rotor.
It's a run flat.
Yeah, and it's not a good situation.
Looks like we're going to restart with 20 to go in stage 1. Kyle Busch, Joe Logano, Denny Hamlin, Harrison Burton, Christopher Bell, and Martin Truex Jr.
Completely full of fuel now. Most everybody else isn't. That means on the end of the stage, we won't have to take as much time on pit road.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Briscoe and Cindric got back out there. No big problem on either of those cars. But Larry Mack, you got some splaining to do. We only have one lug nut. How do we lose a wheel?
Good question.
Great question, Mike. So the hub on all 4 corners, they have drive.
That composite body of Kurt Busch was about to get tested if he hit that 18-inch wheel.
Indexes the wheel when you You may think you have that one single wheel lock or lug nut tight, but it's there, but it's not tight. That's about the only way you can lose a tired wheel with one single lug nut.
Okay. New 18-inch diameter BBS forged alloy wheels on all these Cup cars, new for 2022.
They're not 20s, but they're nice.
Every infield space sold out for the Daytona 500.
It is an awesome sight. I can tell you from the driver's standpoint, when they pulled off a pit road and saw the crowd from inside the car, that gets your heart rate going in a hurry.
A couple of drivers made a second pit stop during that caution, including outside pole sitter Alex Bowman. His first stop was fuel only, but he came back in for left side tires. 21 to go.
That crowd's bigger than Trump's inauguration. Then again, what crowd isn't?
70 laps to make up the 200 laps, 500 miles as we approach the
Geico restart zone. We got best friends on the front row. Busch and Logano. SB Nation did a video about the Logano-Kyle Busch rivalry. It was SB Nation's first NASCAR video, and it's really, really good. You should go watch it sometime. Busch and Hamlin with Bell on the bottom. How good is this outside line going to be? I'm doing the math right now, seeing how many Fords and Toyotas are where. Building speed down the back. I think the outside line's going to have a distinct advantage here. There's more cars up there now. And one of my picks, Harrison Burton, is in second. Well, on second on the outside, Hamlin gives Busch a good shove through 4. Busch holds the lead for now.
That is Denny Hamlin's spotter, Chris Lambert. He's second on the inside. Kyle Busch the leader. Joey Logano in a backup car. Didn't take him long to find his way to the front.
No, and he's aggressive. He's a great restrictor plate driver. Loves the super speedways. Has figured it out. And
zoom that camera in, Fox.
We all figured it wasn't going to take long.
Zoom it in some more.
It was going to take him to get up there.
Worse than fucking WWE with their camera zooms. There we go. Zoom it in. They see the cow flaps move and they freak out. Oh, look at the cow flaps move. Zoom the camera in on them. Because I want to watch the cow flaps, not the race. Oh, wow, what a great onboard this is. Black.
And not only that, he's already lined up with some teammates, some allies for that help. Learning a lot early in the race.
These restarts shake the field up, at least for a little bit.
Brad Keselowski's led 26 laps so far, but he is currently in 8th place. Vince?
Well, Mike, all these teams have access to the other team's data, and Keselowski was very curious about how Kyle Busch was driving his car when he took the lead.
He had more cars behind him on the bottom. That's how he took the lead. Forgot that TJ is Brad's spotter now.
Dragging the brake as a lead car. How is he doing that to keep them connected? And he was dragging the brake, the 18 of Kyle Busch, more so. So you know Brad Keselowski was doing the same thing. He may have been lifting, Tony. Now he'll probably implement into that dragging the brake a little bit.
And this is all part of that learning process we talked about. You're gonna hear us talk a lot about it, especially the first half of the race. These guys are trying to figure out what does it take to get each other hooked up to where, I mean, it's like
You've been asking the fake Rick Hendrick why'd he fire Jeff Bodine.
It's like grabbing another gear and all of a sudden they take off. So
Why'd he fire Brian Vickers? Brian Vickers was at the race today. Somebody spotted him on Twitter in the infield talking to like old team members that still work in NASCAR. It's like, oh, wow, ask Vickers about his piece of shit wife and why she's a sex trafficker. So, Brian Vickers, you married a sex trafficker. Is that going to be the name of his book, So I Married a Sex Trafficker?
Same song, second verse. They hope so.
I can't tell who's got the dominant car. I guess you could say Kyle Busch and Keselowski because they've led the most.
And that's a scenario. All right, if you're Martin Truex,
Did you ask him how did Tim Richmond get AIDS?
the in-car camera, you can see all of his
Hey, Tim Richmond's been dead for 30 years, and he finished top 15 in the ARCA race yesterday. How about that?
teammates with 2 Fords and a Chevy right there on the bottom in his way.
Just staying in your own lane can be an issue. Watch the 12 of Ryan Blaney here. Way up top. Bubba Wallace alongside.
Ooh, Blaney and Larson almost hooked together in the middle of the pack.
Larson didn't want to let him in.
Blaney forced his way in there. Oh. No, Larson actually moved up and got into Blaney. Remember Kansas last year? Harvick jumped out of the gas, buddy. Good reflexes by Harvick. That's probably going to lose him the draft. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, Harvick lost that lead pack because he checked up when he saw the smoke from Blaney and Larson. Harvick's got a good group behind him, though. They'll get back. Yeah, he's got the cure for leukemia, but he let Tim Richmond die of AIDS. Ask him to ask Mike Hilton if they ever found Dale Earnhardt. Oh, Chastain cutting up in front of Stenhouse cut him a break there in that high line. Hey, guys, I'm Joe Logano, and I'm a fucking douchebag. Mute. What's another good question we could ask Rick Hendrick? Why didn't he give Dale Jr. the cure for CTE so he'd still be fucking racing? Get his Hendrick engineers. You know they're the best in the world. They can engineer the cure for CTE. Remember that time Brian Vickers body slammed Dale Jr. into the grass and Jr. hit his ass back and then Vickers cut across in front of the whole field and wrecked him, but everybody blamed Jr. even though Vickers is the one that body slammed him. And we have a caution right as they go to commercial. Don't tell me something horrible has happened. Caution for another wheel falling off. Justin Haley lost a wheel. So Justin Haley's going to be without his crew chief for a couple weeks. Oh boy, that's 2 loose wheels today. The 50 car, and now Justin Haley lost one. They got to slam them things on. We don't need those things bouncing up and going into the fucking stands like in that Xfinity race in 2013. Wheel roulette. Whose wheel is this date? Is the story of this Daytona 500 going to be whose wheel comes off next? You picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel. Just think of, hey Chris, think about all the little things that could have happened to prevent Dale Earnhardt's death. Rick Hendrick doesn't get rid of Ken Schrader. If Dale Earnhardt gets clipped by that big one on the backstretch. Somebody just goes back in time and sabotages Earnhardt's car to keep it from starting. But then think about the lives we would have lost later on had Earnhardt not died. We wouldn't have had we wouldn't have had to suffer through the COT in the Gen 6 car, but the COT wasn't that bad. It's just the Gen 6 was horrible. Second caution of the day for the same goddamn reason as the first. Those wheels are going places, Mike Joy.
Number 2 in the Daytona 500 at lap 52. Justin Haley having a problem.
Got some cars coming down pit road under this caution. I figure they'll stay out at the end of the stage to take the lead. So interestingly timed caution.
Different scenario right here.
And the wheel is broken. Now these are forged one-piece wheels. They won't do any bending.
Remember the cars who pit under this yellow, they're going to stay out at the end of the stage. I'd bet money. Yeah, Blaze Alexander died in the ARCA race at Charlotte.
The wheel split in half right there. That's an outer or inner ring of the wheel that goes up against and beats the tire. But again, so it just like
look at the pins.
There's no lug nut on it either.
The pins are sheared off.
There's no lug nut.
Ryan Blaney on pit road. They're checking after the contact he had with Larson. Looks like it held up pretty good. These cars are so durable now.
I tell you, it's a loose wheel.
Only 4 cars on pit road. As we're under the second caution period.
Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, William Byron, Joe Logano, Harrison Burton, Kurt Busch, Martin Truex, Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski. Todd Gilliland's 11th. So that tire coming off was different from Casgarola's. So probably not the same issue. Scrolling Twitter during the commercials and happen to look up and see yellow on the leaderboard. I'm like, oh, caution. Somebody tell Bob Pogras to take cover. He's going to be dodging tires all day. You think if Fox put as much effort into the rest of their broadcasts as they do their drone camera coverage, would their TV be better? Any more wheels fall off, everybody's going to be going out to the West Coast Swing next week for 3 weeks of working with a brand new crew chief. Hey, April 17th, Easter Sunday, Bristol Motor Speedway. I'll be there. Anybody going to Bristol? Because I'm going to Bristol. It's Bristol, baby. Can't wait. A Sunday, finally a race on Easter. No more boring Easter because I'll be at the racetrack on Easter. How about that? You picked a fine time to leave me loose, wheel. Ain't it nice that the one good thing about NASCAR's decline in popularity is that I can now go to Bristol without being put on a waiting list? And I can wait till like the week of the race to get tickets, which is probably what I'll do. Oh, Jesus. I miss going to New Hampshire. Like I said, I went in 2010 and 2011. Saw some really good races there. New Hampshire gets a lot of shit for some reason at racetrack, but the 2 races I went to were really, really good. We might have to go back on the off weekend this year. Remember how last year we watched a race on one of the off weekends? We watched a classic race. Might have to watch one of the New Hampshire races I went to.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox. We're working the second caution of the day. Justin Haley lost a wheel and tire. And during that time, the 14 at Chase Briscoe was damaged in the first caution. You saw him dragging the rear diffuser, so they're taping that up at the rear of his car.
Repairing the rear diffuser on the 14. That's very important.
And let's check with Aaron McReynolds for more.
Yeah, Mike, let's go to our Ford Performance cutaway car and let's show you the...
Nah, fuck this cutaway car. Where's Tim Brewer in the Craftsman Tech garage? I need to know why the wheels are round and why they have to turn for the car to go forward.
It's very aero efficient. It actually creates more rear downforce and it pays no drag penalty. Another thing it will do, it cleans up the wake of the air off the rear of the race car, which is better for a car behind you. That car is still in dirty air, but not as much without the rear diffuser. And the other thing, it has a center flap.
We're going to have 9 to go in stage 1 when they restart here. This is the first of 2 dress rehearsals for the end of the race. Right, guys? That's what the end of the stages are, the dress rehearsal for the actual end of the race.
Justin Haley is still on pit road making repairs, trying to get they did get a wheel on it, but they may have some suspension damage. And here's Jamie Little.
And Ryan Blaney came in. They had an extended pit stop. They took the right rear off, and they couldn't get the new right rear on. You see the guys looking at it now. They took it back, tried to get another wheel on, and it did the same exact thing. It's just not meshing in there. They're wondering if the problem is actually on the car where you put the wheel.
They can't get Blaney's wheels on right.
An issue here with Ryan Blaney. Definitely.
Well, I'm glad I didn't put any money on Blaney like I wanted to.
Can't get the nut off the stud either.
Don't you hate when you can't get your nut off, like Clint Boyer just said? Don't you just hate that? Performance anxiety. 1 out of every 4 males actually suffer from similar problems.
HP's behind the impact. There's one of my words. There you go. So
We've all been there.
Here's Here's some Denny Hamlin audio.
Denny Hamlin on the front row. Gonna let KB in on the bottom line, and KB, DH, and CB are gonna lead the race. Is Fox making fun of me with that camera cut? I keep making fun of them for zooming in. That time they zoomed way out. 9 to go, stage 1.
Just 9 laps to go in stage 1.
Pretty in-depth conversation right there.
I'm just waiting for like the leader or somebody in the lead pack to have a wheel go flying off and cause the big one.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Yeah. To your point, the guy behind is actually dictating.
Busch, Hamlin, and Bell with Logano behind them. Well, that outside line looked like it was just nothing for the first run of this race, but now it's the stronger line consistently. Big push. Hamlin and KB got a big gap between the cars behind them. Not a lot of momentum on the outside right now, so.
Again, Chris Lambert. Spotter for the 11. Here comes William Byron on the outside.
Wheelie.
NASCAR finally come around and let these drivers drive outside of their full-time jobs. I think it just makes all of them better. It definitely
Big push on the outside. Byron's taking the lead.
Reset and have fun.
And he clears in front of Kyle Busch. Byron bails on the outside, takes it to the bottom. He got a big lead, though. Busch isn't going to be able to go to his outside just yet. 21 was there. Now Busch thinks about it. He gets clear of the 21. All these restarts are breaking up the manufacturer bullshit for the most part. Looking a little more competitive now when that happens. I like that.
Because there's no cooperation. They can't find their running mates, right? And it's keeping it broke up a little bit. Nobody can find their dancing partner. I think for the entertainment value in us sitting up here watching, that's a good thing.
It is, and I think what these guys will be cognizant of is sitting there trying to make
big run on the outside. Harrison Burton. He takes the lead with Truex. Not clear of Byron on the bottom.
Back to the lead past Harrison Burton.
That was a big bump, too. That's a big bump trap. And it's shotting way out there, almost too far.
So this is dress rehearsal.
How long it takes Kyle Busch to get back to his bumper to find that momentum, find that energy again.
Harrison Burton led that lap, 6 to go.
With the gold foil numerals, just like it was when A.J. Foyt won here in 1972, or David Pearson in 1976, 5 times they've been to victory lane in this race.
Truex to the bottom on Harrison Burton in the middle of 3. Nice move, Truex. And the side draft just, well, the side draft worked well enough to pull. Oh, no, it's not side draft. That's Keselowski shoving Harrison Burton out front. Look, Michael, I'm running 1-2. I'm 1-2 on my picks right now.
You know, earlier you heard me talk about it. We were in his in-car camera, and you watched all of his teammates drive off in the sunset.
A lot of pushing and shoving. I'm starting to worry that there might be a wreck coming. Because they haven't been shoving like this all day long. Everybody's been taking it easy.
Another thing that you see on that 21 car on the rear bumper cover, yellow tape. When you come to the restrictor plate tracks, when you come to Daytona.
Big push. Keselowski spent more time than anybody in practice trying to figure out how to push. Brad almost looked like he wanted to cut to the bottom. Truex closed in. Truex takes the lead. Brings Byron and Kyle Busch with him. 4 to go, stage 1. 4 laps away from a stage winner, MTJ. Here comes Harrison Burton and Keselowski again on the outside. And yeah, Gilliland's behind them. I haven't even mentioned Todd Gilliland being there. Brad almost wrecked Harrison Burton off of 4. Couldn't see it because we were looking at the onboard of them flying by Truex. These lines are just literally pushing back and forth, Truex, Burton, Truex, Burton. Now it's Truex with Byron and Kyle Busch. Outside lines died now. Coming to 3 to go. It's Foreman back up. I'm sure it'll make another run.
much it changes the effects of that race car, whether it's loose or tight.
Brad, if anybody causes a wreck here, it's going to be Brad. I hate to say it, the way he's pushing the 21. Oh, Kyle Busch, William Byron. Oh, Byron hits hard. I don't think Kyle Busch hit anything. Harrison Burton's junked. God damn it. Well, Harrison Burton and William Byron are done. I think Kyle Busch is all right. Stage will end under caution. Truex wins stage 1. Son of a bitch.
Lap 63. Caution.
Well, I've lost one of my bets. We were looking good.
I would say it's at
Kyle Busch is fine. He didn't hit anything. Why's the 48 stopped?
Alex Bowman's in it.
Chastain. God, that wreck was bigger than we thought. We couldn't fucking see it because Fox doesn't have a good camera angle of anything. That wreck's bigger than we thought.
Now watch the 21 up high with Brad Keselowski.
Remember when I said Brad was going to cause the big one with the way he was pushing?
He's flanked off that right-hand side.
Remember when I said Brad was going to cause the big one? Remember? There you go. He pushed too much. Took out Byron. Hamlin got a piece. Chastain, Bell. Yeah, Bowman's tore up pretty good. So was Bell. I think Hamlin and Kyle Busch are okay.
Denny Hamlin with a spin there, not sure how much damage.
Well, that's on Brad. I told you.
Busch, 24 William Byron, they're both going to get swept up.
Literally moments before the wreck happened. I called it. A lot more cars than that than we initially thought. Poor Byron got the worst of it.
And that's a long slide on the asphalt into the safer barrier, hard for Byron.
Does Fox not have a good angle of Harrison? Now we're looking at Hamlin's front bumper cam, which is what we saw when the wreck started. Oh my Lord. I can't believe Harrison Burton flipped. Oh, Denny. Oh, shit. Denny's done. I thought Hamlin was okay, but that car's done. I'd say his alignment's a little off, guys. What do you think?
Pushing, obviously, on a rookie, Tony. You talked about it.
God damn it, Brad.
Come off of that corner, got light,
Old bulldozer Brad. Oh, man, Hamlin got all jacked up. We didn't even see that. We got a blowover. Boy, the underneaths of these new cars were pretty sexy. I like the bellies of those new cars.
He said, lucky it didn't bite right there.
Yeah. And here's Harrison Burton on the radio.
Next gen flip number 1.
I was right along with Ross Chastain. He got a big chunk of this.
For a couple of laps, he kept getting Harrison out of shape.
This spotter Brandon McReynolds saying the left front fender's killed. He's just trying to get it back on track, and it's not going there. There's the monster cam for Kurt Busch.
Whoa!
Kurt Busch dodging everything today.
They're flipping underneath of him, spinning on the outside. Up through it, Harry. That is exactly what that is.
I want to see what his heart rate monitor looks like.
Through the roof.
8 cars involved. As we're under caution at lap 64, Alex Bowman
48 having to get a push back on flat tire. God, he can't even move.
trying to get a push there.
Chastain, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Bell, Harrison Burton, William Byron, and Alex Bowman. Keselowski drove away. I think Kyle Busch drove away as well.
It's overall too soon for him.
Hearing the frustration in Harrison Burton, that boy had a really fast car.
Yeah, 21 was really good. There's a reason I bet on the 21.
In my opinion.
So this will end stage 1.
Martin, stage winner, MTJ. Keselowski second, Todd Gilliland third, Stenhouse fourth, Logano, Austin Dillon, Kurt Busch, who dodged another one, Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson in the top 10. Stage winner, MTJ. Good Lord, man. It could happen to anybody, but damn, when you see the car getting out, what Brad should have done was try to shuffle the 21 out to get around him when he saw how unstable he was when he was pushing him. But But he just kept fucking pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and that's what you get. But Brad, he gets through it just fine. Oh well. Denny Hamlin will not win his 4th Daytona 500. We had our first Nostradamus moment of the year with me calling the Keselowski spin. I want to know the extent of Kyle Busch's damage. I don't think he has any damage, but there was a couple of cars there that looked like they're completely fucked. That didn't look like they had much damage. We're never going to be able to stop cars from flipping over. I'm tired of people bitching about it. At least his car flipped over very slowly. You know. We're a long way from Rusty Wallace pirouetting in the Talladega infield grass on the front stretch in 93. Totally flipped that. I totally missed that Harrison Burton flipped until I saw like the second or third replay. What would have been a really cool thing is if when Justin Haley lost that wheel, Fox had had the drone camera fly through the wheel. Since they love that fucking drone cam so much, I think they'd be good with it by now. Everybody, I have an issue with how quick that car got upside down. Well, we've never been able to stop cars. Name one single car that's never flipped. We've never had a car not flip. But that did get upside down pretty easy, and they weren't even going they weren't going that fast. These cars are about 10 to 12 miles an hour slower than 2019, early 2020, whatever. Best Coke ever. You'd have to ask Denny Hamlin. Oh wait, not that kind of Coke. You'd have to ask Shane Meal if it's the best Coke ever. He would know. He's had a lot. We can't control cars getting upside down. It's a fact of life. Pit road should be open this time. There goes the 21. Can I get the die cast to that? That car was good enough to win. Well, the first dress rehearsal for the end of the race didn't go well, guys.
And that's your dual path onboard view. 2 cameras from Denny Hamlin's car. And Hamlin's car is now, what's that old saying, kittywampus? Where the back wheels are not tracking the same as the front. In fact, they're there it is, about a foot outside. And Denny Hamlin has gone behind the wall and to the garage. Pit stops in the offing, Vince.
Well, sometimes at the end of the day, you look back and you say,
stage winner MTJ. Look at this. A bunch of cars stay out. Cars staying out to keep the track position. Kurt Busch pits. Wait, what? Pit road's closed, and why did Kurt Busch pit?
Kurt Busch came to his pit stall anyway. That just means he'll restart at the end of the line when we go back green.
Damn, I was about to say. I thought everybody was going to pit. And why was pit road not open that time?
Truex Jr. gets the stage points. First time he has won a stage in the Daytona 500. Harrison Burton has been checked at the Advent Health Care Center and released. He is okay after that wild tumble. down the back straightaway. There is a look at a sold-out Daytona International Speedway from our aerial coverage from the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear with you for every mile on the road to greatness and more driven.
Daytona! Oh, Kurt Busch pitted when pit road was closed because they're looking for something under the right front tire.
As the action heats up on the track on the way to what will be a sweet victory.
Kyle Busch has some right front damage.
Spent Daytona 500 weekend checking out a different kind of heat and sweet at the Wendy's pit stop in the
I hate that I lost my big money bet right at the end of stage 1.
Trivia questions, making fan signs. Jamie and Michael have had a lot of fun making the race day experience a little bit more delicious with their Wendy's hot honey chicken sandwich. Michael and glitter. I'm not sure that's a good sign.
Took the kids down a couple times this week. Went to Wendy's to drive through. You literally, Tony, drive the golf cart through there, pick up your sandwich, pick up the kids. It's Frosties for the kids, right?
Daytona! I played Daytona USA in the arcade here in town occasionally.
Probably a good thing that this wasn't around when we were still driving right.
Pit road's open. Truex and the most hated man in Daytona right now, Brad Keselowski, lead him down.
First pit stop was mostly right side tires, and that's what we're seeing going on. Most of these cars now are rights. And if there was debris on that back straightaway, and there probably was, most of the teams...
Lap 69.
Nice.
Change 4 tires and make sure you get these motherfuckers tight. Make extra sure you get them tight. The race off pit road goes to Eric Jones with no tires. Jones, Blaney, and Busch are fuel only. Cindric 2 tires. Harvick fuel only. Kyle Larson wins the race off pit road with 4 tires. Actually, well, he didn't win the race off pit road, but he's the best on 4 tires. The top 5 took 2 or none. Okay, God, licensed music. Chill out. I like how because of the shitty camera angle we have when the wreck started, I couldn't tell how big the wreck was. It's like a horror movie or something, you know? You're like looking around, who else is dead? Oh shit, Bowman. Oh, Bell. Why's Chastain over there? Harrison Burton flipped. It was like we were finding out after the wreck, even though we had an onboard when the wreck was starting. I don't know what's up with the Penske wheels. I don't know. I want to know what's up with the wheels they confiscated on Keselowski's car. Apparently it wasn't like a performance thing, but who knows? Can we get this race over with so I can go play NASCAR 2005 on my PS2? I'm kidding. If we had a long delay, I'd probably do that and just sit here and talk to you guys. Yeah, Chase Elliott barely got through that. This goes to show you're not safe anywhere. Harrison Burton was going for the lead and he got turned. I'd take note if I see Keselowski lining up behind me. I'm going to try to get out of that line because I don't want him pushing me. Fuck is she barking? I'll be right back. Brad's like, good news, guys. We still got a chance to win. I wish I knew more about cars and stuff. It's the one thing that holds me back as a NASCAR fan. I know racing. I'm not a car guy, though. Yeah, Willie B's done. So you're leaving Daytona. Dylan's in Daytona. He's going to leave right now. He's taking the private jet right here to town. Harrison Burton flipped, so there goes my $40. But at least I still have Keselowski, Logano, and Bubba. So 3 of my 4 picks survived the first wreck.
Well, he's pretty close to that. A few laps before that, I had just made mention about you moving to the bottom and leading up on him. How happy are you made that choice?
Very, very, very happy. This race has been pretty unlucky for us over the years. Definitely made the right decision there. So we'll see what we can do here. Baton Rouge Toyota's fast and cars driving good. So long way to go. See if we can get back to the front here.
Well, certainly the right choice. Good luck. That's what it takes. Got to be in it.
I always impress myself when I know more about a race car than I think I know. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a car guy. A lot of modern NASCAR drivers are not car guys either. Tony Stewart says Kyle Larson doesn't know the first fucking thing about a car. He just knows how to make it go fast.
Yeah, it's never good. You know, you always hear about how it goes quiet, and that's true. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we had a really fast motorcraft.
Harrison Burton made it over 150 miles through the Daytona 500.
I don't know, just a frustrating weekend. Obviously, we worked really hard all week to lead up to that, and I don't know. It's hard to see. I mean,
My top pick wrecked my long shot pick.
you got to push in a bad spot.
Unfortunately, Logano got through the crack. Hey, Kurt Busch did get more of that than I thought. Ooh.
I think it was William on my inside. So
Chase Elliott, if they ever made a NASCAR Thunder game again, that'd be a wreck avoidance challenge.
they're trying to be smart about it, and just got to turn around there.
Can you dodge the big one on the backstretch with Chase Elliott at Daytona? Eric Jones, Ron Blaney, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric, Kevin Harvick, and Kyle Larson.
It was Keselowski into Burton that started that.
I was attached to him pretty good there, TJ. I'm surprised because that was not the area where I was struggling with taking a push. Yeah.
Foreshadowing. Go back and watch practice and watch all the times Keselowski was shoving Buescher this week and trying to push.
Just got to shake it off. At the end of the day, that's all you can do. Go back to doing what got you there. Aggression is certainly why he's up front.
I like taking 4 tires there, but this top 5 here took 2 or none, so I think track position is king, but get tires earlier in the race while you can. Yeah.
Jones leads him back to green with Ryan Blaney on the outside, then Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric.
Next commercial, I got to get me some food because I am hungry.
Christopher Bell, we mentioned, got into the wall. He says everything is broken in the back end. Doesn't know if they'll be able to make it up to minimum speed as we're back.
Yeah, Christopher Bell might be the next car to park it. He can't make minimum speed, he doesn't believe. Cindric pushing Blaney. Keselowski. Is Keselowski driving the 2 car as well? I'm kidding. Cindric and Blaney cleared down in front of Jones for the lead. Oh, they're 3 wide in the back with some cars that just got... Wow, what a great camera angle. Can't see shit. Oh, there's the cars. Thank you, Fox. We saw a 3 wide clusterfuck mid-pack, and they just cut to nothing. They wanted to do an artistic shot of the cars coming into frame 15 fucking seconds later. Sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, it looked like the 2 cars on top. The 6 was pushing on 21, and you can see the 21 was kind of getting out of control there. So, mindset is that you got to back off. I think the 6 was just insistent on pushing him at all costs, and eventually turned the 21 around. And tough,
Denny's never liked Brad.
We're kind of boxed in there where I noticed that something was going to happen, but I was boxed in. I was behind the team.
Path 1.
Again, too aggressive pushing right there when they weren't lined up in control.
You can't push off the corner. I think you can push in, but you better get straight on that back straightaway or coming off a 4 on the straightaway to push.
He had 0
DNFs.
We got a 7-car breakaway on the bottom forming up here. A lot of Fords. A lot of Fords. Eric Jones is the one Chevrolet. Stenhouse at the tail end of the group.
Eric Jones is the lone bow tie in a sea of blue ovals at the front.
Cindric getting squirrely behind the rear bumper of Blaney. At least they're single file, so they might not take out so many.
He and Ty Dillon, and like Ricky Stenhouse and other drivers of not the big 4-car powerhouse teams, they've said
Should have took Cindric instead of fucking Burton.
doesn't matter if they're a Toyota,
Thanks, Brad.
or even a Chevrolet. We're going to draft with whoever can help us.
Sometimes that's actually easier. You have to find all your friends and take care of business with your manufacturer, your teammates, and everything else. Being the old lone wolf out there, every now and then, I don't mind it.
Well, it gives you the flexibility. I mean, you're not married to a situation where you want to move, you want to be aggressive, you want to do something that advances your position, but you feel like you're committed to staying in line and staying with that group. You can float around, pick the lines whenever a line shifts and it gets moving. If you can get a hold, you go.
You don't have to apologize for it.
Back to Jamie.
William Byron with a big hit there. What exactly did you see? We're hearing it was the product of pushing at the wrong time.
Yeah, I think, it looked like the bottom lane was pushing really well and nice and balanced and controlled, and then the outside lane was getting a little squirrely in the last.
It's got to be harder to push off the corner on the outside than it is on the bottom.
Trying to push your guy out in front.
Stenhouse and Suarez leading the top. Jones moves up. Hey, we got Chevrolets in the top lane. A weird combination. Stenhouse will be the next one to cause a wreck. That's risky. Eric Jones getting up in front of Stenhouse. They're door-to-door with Cindric for second while Blaney leads on the bottom. If Blaney's wheels can stay on. 4 Chevrolets in the top. 5 Fords, 6 Fords on the bottom.
Suspension. Now, Toyota started this race with 6 cars, and they have now lost 2 of the Joe Gibbs machines, both Bell and Hamlin taken out in that crash. So they're down to 4. Daniel Suarez.
5 cars out of the race. Biffle for mechanical problems and the other 4 crash damage.
Well, it's certainly new life, new opportunity for a lot of guys that we haven't seen much. Hey, you wipe out, 10 cars plus on the front of the pack, guess what?
Game changes.
Game changes.
There's a telemetry. Now look at his heart rate. That's full steam there, 159 beats per minute, 160. And
Outside line doesn't look stable right now.
47.
Pretty fast, though.
Are you even alive at 47?
That's probably your stance. Tony, when you were in the pack, I promise you, back in your day, hey, let's face it, not a specimen for, the gym. We're no salesman for gym up here, and I don't think you're ever going to see 160. Ever in all the championships, all the wins, no way your heart rate ever saw 160.
Jones and Blaney side by side for the lead. Cindric shoves Blaney back out front as we go to break. I'm going to be right back in a minute. I'm going to go grab some food if you don't mind. Be right back. Oh, Dylan, if you come, get me a Powerade, please. Back. Are you guys ready for food ASMR? You're going to hear me munching for a minute or two. I got my headset on just so you guys can hear me chew. Delicious chicken. That's some good chicken. Who doesn't love chicken? If you don't love chicken, you're not American. Okay, you know what? This ain't gonna work. I can tell this is bugging me because I don't feel like chewing with the headset on, so I'm gonna like prop the mic up like I used to. No, Dylan, that was yesterday. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Alrighty, let me prop my mic up. Shit, where's my remote? There it is.
In command of the Daytona 500. He's led 10 laps.
Single file on the bottom line.
In second. All right, race fans, here's your second chance to win great prizes from the Busch race team. Let's hear from a pro late model driver.
Oh boy, a late model driver.
I'm Brittany Zimmer from the Busch race team, and today we're giving you a chance to win the ultimate mountain vacation flyaway. Tweet hashtag Busch race team and hashtag sweepstakes now for a chance to win.
Kevin Harvick in fourth. There's his Busch Light onboard camera looking ahead at Chris Buescher. 8 Fords at the front of the field. Ty Dillon Chevy in ninth. Ricky Stenhouse's Chevy now in 12th. Logano right with them. Fords at the front.
Picked a good time to eat. The whole field got single file.
Numbers have been cut from 6 to 4.
Yeah, Ty Dillon bounced back from his speeding penalty.
The Chevys not
Them cautions really helped.
among organizations as they work a mostly single file
I
draft.
think things are calmed down for a reason right here a little bit. Everybody saw what not to do. Just settle in and ride.
Well, there's no stage points or race win on the line right now, so of course they've calmed down.
Normal drafting. Well, let's not just see what it looks like. Let's hear what it
Oh
sounds
boy,
like.
crank it up!
Crank it up.
Oh yeah, what happened to my sponsor today, Chris? Where's he at? Did I finally block all of his accounts? Maybe he's just too focused on watching the Daytona 500. Chris, in honor of my sponsor, say something sexy. Post pictures of Haley Deegan posing in that underwear. Anybody here want to buy some of Natalie Decker's bathwater?
Well, you heard that audio. We expect the Fords coming to pit road 11 laps from now. So a good time to step aside with Ryan Blaney and a fleet of Fords.
It is a good time to step aside. I'm eating. My thumbnail should be like live NASCAR reaction and have like a hot picture of Haley Deegan. with like flames and shit behind her. I tell my dad all the time, 'cause my dad's always like, oh, Haley Deegan's cute. And I'm like, you're old, I'm young. I can say it. I'm going to be 28 Wednesday, so it's not creepy yet, because I haven't hit 30. Boomers are punching air right now, this interracial couple bullshit in this commercial. This commercial makes boomers uncomfortable, guys. Hey, they're out of control with the commercials today. But at least their camera coverage, for the most part, has been much better. Oh my God, that lady in that Progressive commercial now looks like the senator chick that everybody gets all the boomers hate. What's her fucking name? I think she's a senator. I can't remember her name. I just see her face on like Facebook on a bunch of racist memes. With guys who say thinly veiled racist shit like I like when Barry Sanders used to hand the ball to the ref. No showboating. Or NASCAR died when Dale did. It ain't been the same since. I don't watch no more, but I still talk about it all the time and know everything that's going on, but I don't watch no more. Bring back Viagra as a NASCAR sponsor.
Here's the Progressive race summary. Ryan Blaney.
Your leaderboard is as they run single file. Noah Gregson's 14th. He hasn't pissed me off in a cup car yet.
Still 31 cars on the lead lap, 3 caution flags.
But he's got a whole career ahead of him of that, I'm sure.
Denny Hamlin, William Byron,
somebody will be stupid enough to put that son of a bitch in a cup car. How great would it have been yesterday if Noah Gragson barrel rolled into Lake Lloyd with Riley Herbst?
Well, Mike Kevin Harvick in the 4 cars worked his way up to the 4th position, running strong right now. Interesting though, earlier in the race when they lost track position with that car, he said it was extremely slow. Couldn't figure out anything he could do with it. Got the track position. Now he loves this race car again. Says it's got speed again. So very unique things going on for the 4 car. Jamie?
Harvick laying low in 4th place. 7, 8 Fords lead their 8 Fords. Remember when I said bet on Fords? I wasted a bet on Bubba because I wanted to see Boomers get mad and me get paid for it if he wins.
So there's a bubble there. You either get in the bubble and push through the bubble or stay behind the bubble. Don't get in that bubble because it actually drags you back.
But I thought Bubbles was in the 23 car. Remember when the Boomers started calling him Bubbles because they thought it was like funny? And then it didn't stick. Bubbles. I guess it was funny. It was just kind of retarded.
Working with him, and Cedric said it's better when he gives me a bump versus the tandem. It doesn't upset my car near as much.
Well, I got bad news, Busher. That 6 car about 2 cars behind you is going to want a tandem, and you're his teammate. No, I don't think Natalie Decker raced anything in Daytona this week.
So just a quick tap there. It'll give you that forward momentum, but won't turn the car loose.
Ryan Blaney, a 2-time
YRB. At what point do we stop calling him YRB? When he hits 30? Till then, he's YRB.
All Fords at the front. Ty Dillon is the first.
Surely is the 2000 Daytona 500. Fords everywhere. We didn't take out enough of them. We only took out 1, and it was one of mine.
This is the Beard Motorsports number 62. Gregson out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
I pissed off a boomer last night on YouTube because I was scrolling comments just looking for dumb shit, and I saw a guy on a video that literally had nothing to do with Bubba. And these are my favorites. It was a NASCAR video, totally unrelated to Bubba. And the guy said something about, I don't like it, Bubba Wallace, he's a race baiter. And I said, well, as of last October, he's a race winner.
One full-time employee. A lot of helpers and volunteers.
I get people disliking Bubba because he's a bit of a dick. But when I see boomers talking about Bubba on a topic that has literally nothing to do with him, you know why they don't like him.
Who runs in 5th place, Kevin Harvick in 4th, Todd Gilliland in 6th place, Chris Buescher in 3rd, Austin Cindric in 2nd.
Dicker has little to no talent. I'd say it's more on the no side there, Michael.
And he's the one full-time employee at Beard Motorsports.
I'd say he's pretty happy right now.
You know what's funny? Growing up with NASCAR fans from the 90s, my dad's watching this race right now, and I guarantee you he's totally fine with it. It's just the modern NASCAR fans bitch when it gets single file. It's like, dude, go back and watch any Daytona race from the 80s and mid-90s.
Now it's a 3-car Rookie of the Year battle here. Harrison Burton, we've talked about a lot. He was up front. He's in the garage with a flipped-over race car now, and he is okay. But Todd Gilliland came up much the same way. He's in his very first career Cup start. There is Gilliland in 6th. He replaces Anthony Alfredo this year for Front Row Motorsports, coming here after a couple of Truck Series wins. And a dad who always ran well here at Daytona.
Todd Gilliland, the man who told Kyle Busch to stay in his fucking motorhome.
Good genes.
Yeah, David and I actually ran a lot together at the restricted.
Ain't been no good genes in NASCAR since Dale died because Wrangler don't sponsor no. Oh, wait, he's talking about genetic genes. My bad.
He had the confidence in me, and I always knew when I saw him in my mirror that I had the confidence that I had the flexibility to move around and know that I had somebody that would go with me.
David now runs a late model program for a lot of up-and-coming drivers. The other driver in the rookie battle, Austin Cindric, he's right in the thick of it, 2nd place, behind Ryan Blaney.
I called that after the duels. I said this race is going to look like a mid-90s, early 2000 super speedway race. And for the most part, that first stage looked so much like, say, the 1999 Daytona 500. 2 competitive lines, but then after a while, they're going to get strung out like this. Anyway, I'll be right back. I got to go take this plate into the kitchen and then go get my drinks in from outside because I'm fucking thirsty. So I'll be right back. Guys, it feels so good outside. I wish I was watching this race outside. And Michael, you are right about one thing. Hailie Deegan is so promising. Like, I want her to be so good. Because she has such a good background, racing pedigree, all that stuff. She has everything you need to be good. Got to mature a little bit, and she's working on that. She has not done anything stupid since she's been in trucks, and that's a huge accomplishment. Let's be real. So she's already ahead of the curve on most of those guys. On most of her contemporaries. Feels so good outside. I wish I was just outside watching the race. I should open the window. It's so nice. I think I'm going to open the fucking window and feel like I'm outside. The Daytona 500. There's my 8-long racing.
Kentucky Pride to order. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Well, next lap by,
Thank you guys for hanging out with me today.
So let's take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
The one to watch is the one who wrecked everybody. It's Brad Keselowski.
It's probably not the most favorite person right now, but the aggression, very aggressive. You're going to have to be aggressive. Has done it all on super speedways. Won 7 times, but not this one. I'm sticking with Brad Keselowski.
Clint, it's been 15 years since Kevin Harvick won that 2007 Daytona 500. Who would ever believe he's...
And he shouldn't have. They should have threw the caution when Boyer got upside down and Mark Martin would have won, but go on.
The closer closes the deal.
I agree, but I'm picking the 2 car right now. He's the one I want to watch. Austin Cindric has been learning. He's paying attention to his teammate Ryan Blaney. He's been up front all day, and he knows how to run good at super speedways.
What the fuck is it with the Gen 6 car and now this car that we can't even come close to recreating what super speedway racing was from 2001 to like 2007?
Ever notices Chris Buescher? Well, take notice. Not only did he win his qualifying race on Thursday night, Matt Kenseth won the 500 in the number 17. It's my son's car.
Remember when Greg Biffle let Matt Kenseth win and pissed off all the junior fans, including me?
That's your Credit One Bank ones to watch.
We are halfway through the Daytona 500. We're 2 laps past halfway. Pit stops should be coming any time now. It's going to be real easy with everybody single file on the bottom, so I don't expect much drama here.
Inside lane, and it's going to fall in line. So, Larry, we did hear something about the Fords coming at lap 96, which did not happen. Now what do we expect?
Yeah, I think they'll go as far as they basically can on fuel, Mike. I look for them to come anywhere between lap 106, 108, right in there, which is only about 6 or 7 laps.
Car tomorrow was bad, but the Gen 6 was so bad it makes me miss the car of tomorrow. I'm nostalgic for the COT. What is up, Dylan? Halfway. I've only lost. He gave me $4 a bet, so I put 1 on 4 guys, and I've lost 1 of them. My best bet wrecked my long shot because Harrison Burton was my long shot. I still have Bubba, Brad, and Joey. Joey's not shown much today. He is in a backup car. Yeah. I'm sticking with Bad Brad. He was my most confident pick. We got some Chevrolets on pit road.
Brad doing something in the 6th in his first race that Newman
RCR group seems like.
Well, remember, Newman.
I mean, I'm talking about like the past few years.
Let's say Newman came off of turn 4 in 2020 about to win this.
Well, you remember when he was at the 600?
Woo! 77 had to miss the 51 crew guys. Yeah.
David
yeah.
Was like, tell us bum to go to
now he asked if David Reagan was going to drop to the back. Don't it just feel fucking good outside?
Yes.
Oh, I had drama at the end of my season. I had clinched the championship. Matt Kenseth wrecked me so hard he DNF'd me at Rockingham, and the last race was Homestead. Ooh, I killed his ass. I fucking killed Matt Kenseth at Homestead. The motherfucker DNF'd me at Rockingham. Rockingham's my worst track in the game. I struggle at Rockingham.
So of below average drivers in the top 15,
Of the below average drivers? Michael McDowell, Todd Gilliland. Todd Gilliland. I'm very impressed with Gilliland.
I think it is an option, and quite honestly, I don't see tires doing a lot. And you think
Todd Dillon's impressed me. I know the 42 is a good car, better than he's been in, but he's actually, like, compared to last year.
Todd Dillon's always been good at Daytona, so I'm not surprised that Todd's in the top 10.
And we haven't talked about much. The pit crews, I think,
Pretty much that group. Only 5 cars are out of the race, though. In the lead draft, yeah. Because only 5 cars are out of the race. 4 for a wreck, and Biffle had mechanical problems.
Well, I know Willie B was destroyed.
Yeah.
Is Denny out?
Denny's out.
I didn't see Denny's damage, but I heard it. At first I heard it wasn't bad. And then
Chastain, Harrison Burton, Byron, and Hamlin. Oh, yeah, Biffle's back. So Biffle's not going to finish. Hey, Biffle is not going to finish dead last. They fixed his mechanical problems.
Dude, you should have heard my dad. He hates NASCAR. He hates watching. And I told him, he was like, said, yeah. And I said, Greg Biffle's racing. He said, oh, I'm fucking watching that.
Now the 4 remaining Toyotas are 18.
I have sympathy for Ty Dillon, Chris. I'm like you. I talk a lot of shit about Ty, but I'm actually sympathetic to him because he's not much worse than his brother, but he gets no fucking breaks like his brother does. His brother was obviously the favorite. I can't believe Bowman's still running. Bowman, I thought he was going to be done after that wreck.
Ty Dillon being gone away from a 4 top 10.
Yeah. The problem with that big wreck, it only took out one Ford.
11 of the top 12 is Ford.
The problem with that wreck, they took out one Ford, and that's it. So the race is still going to be cucked by Fords.
Chase Elliott, but he's back in 23rd with Daniel Suarez.
Only stage 2.
Yeah.
Let's get a pit road
Well, we're getting down to it.
Mike, you guys are talking about the Toyotas. They took right sides on the last stop. Well, Booty Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, just told him, hey, tires aren't...
Austin Dillon is the guy I would have kicked the shit out of in high school. And I wasn't even a bully or an asshole.
Bubba's fuel only next stop.
Oh, yeah.
He said tires ain't doing him no good.
Well, I want my last pit stop to be gas only.
Oh.
Nobody's pitted yet. Anytime now, they'll pit. Tony's right. The risk about taking no tires is you better be conservative coming in because be flat. You're going to wind up like Hemrick yesterday and have to come back down and pit, make 2 stops, or just call an audible there and take 4 and lose the draft.
Dude, I love the explanation he gave earlier about when they come off the turn, how it brings a lot of pressure off the car. That's how they get loose. When I heard him say that, I was like, damn, I had
Did you hear me on my stream call the Brad and Burton wreck before it happened? So you just mentioned how when they come off the corner and the load comes up off the car, okay, imagine somebody's up your fucking ass shoving. Everybody pitting except the Toyotas. The Toyotas and Chase Elliott stay out. Oh, boy, 4 wide. Oh! 4 wide as Almirola was about to door Larson on his way into the pits. Gas only for Brad. Gas only for Busher. And it's an even bigger clusterfuck coming. That's a good pack to come out of the pits together. Yeah. That's a good group. That's the group I'd want to pit with. I think the Toyotas and Chase made a mistake.
I like what they did there. That was chaos right there. Chase Briscoe, too many cars on pit road at one time. Briscoe missed his pit box.
The Toyotas and Chase Elliott are pitting now. Kyle Busch didn't get a lot of damage in that wreck earlier. He's just been at the back ever since. Yeah.
Busch, a strong recovery in the 18 car. A little damage on the right front, but it's not affecting him too bad. Jamie.
Thought Chase was going to slide through his box. 2 tires for Chase. Chase's car stalled. Chase's car ain't going. Chase's car's not going. And it shot fire out the exhaust. Now it's going, but he's going to lose the draft. There's only 20 to go on the stage. That's unfortunate. Suarez too fast. That's 2 penalties today, 1 for Ty Dillon, 1 for Suarez. And the Fords, Keselowski and Busher, are going to cycle through the lead. I'm looking good to win like $15 or something today.
It was an easier pit stop with less cars, but man, you can't outdo that strength in numbers.
Well, there you have it.
Now here's a consequence of pitting with everybody. Watch the red number 14, Chase Briscoe.
Man, Briscoe's had no luck today.
Okay, what?
Yeah, he had Michael McDowell on his inside and was looking over it. Oh, then somebody was trying to get out of the pit stop and he picked up. Watch Austin Cindric. He backs up right in on.
Yeah, you're right. Cindric gets blocked in here because Briscoe's backing up. Ugh.
Yeah, and like I said, he had McDowell on his inside, was looking over to see where it was and just missed it.
I'm glad Brad's leading and not Busher, because if Brad's pushing somebody, something bad's going to happen. So just go ahead and let Brad lead.
I watched the replay of that race like 4 times.
And here's what happened to Chase Elliott.
He just stalled it.
The flames coming out of the exhaust was rather concerning. Did you guys catch Boris said on the Dale Jr. download this week?
They're all still on the lead lap, 27 lead lap cars. With Brad Keselowski
And Michael, another commercial. Well,
you're not allowed to bring a cooler to Texas, but you can bring a dog to Daytona.
And they even let women race there. Can you believe that? How about it? A Daytona 500 that started on time for the first time in over 3 years.
Wow.
Next year we'll be back to our regularly scheduled rain delays.
What a beautiful day across the country.
It's nice everywhere. I opened my window because I went outside to carry in shit just now, and I was like, damn, it's nice. I better open my window. Fucking Matt Kenseth, the NASCAR Thunder 04. I showed his ass, so I fucking junked him. He thought he junked me at Rockingham. I got his ass good at Homestead. DNF'd his ass. How's the Fox broadcast been so far? 5 out of 10. It's improved over yesterday, but that's not saying much.
They've been better at explaining how the stuff works with the cars this year.
Tony Stewart and Larry Mack have a lot to do with that. Got to keep an eye on the leaderboard during commercials because that's how I've seen when cautions have come out, because Fox didn't catch any of the cautions except the big wreck. I glanced up and it was a Daytona, it was a NASCAR Hall of Fame commercial. I had Earnhardt doing donuts in the grass, and I thought somebody'd spun out for like a quarter of a second. I was like, oh shit. Oh no, it's just Earnhardt. You got to work on Sunday during the Daytona 500, you poor bastard. Well, come on back next week. We'll be here again. Subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000 so I can live stream from a racetrack, because I'm going to a handful of races this year, and I never get to stream when I'm there. Yeah. Yeah.
Super 6 app. Who leads the most laps of that group by the end of stage 2? Well, right now, Ryan Blaney.
You can just keep running that around. It's going to be a no-brainer.
Round and around. He's
no chance on Clint's money this
36 laps.
I'd like to take his money to Martinsville.
I'm about to say, whatever Clint's, if we win Clint's money, that should be race ticket money.
But that whole draft that was formed up,
I want to get
shoot
some good
right
seats
by them on the back straightaway, but then they got
No bad seats. It's like Bristol. There's no bad seats. Yeah. Bristol is April 17th.
Oh,
We got some moves being made at the tail end of this line. How about Kyle and Kurt driving for the same manufacturer? And the Toyotas make their move in the back. Logano goes with them. That top line might get there by the next 10 laps if they stay together. If they stay together. Quit being indecisive, Truex. Commit. Because Dale Jr.'s not there to hold his hand like in the Busch Series. Same reason Jimmy Johnson was never good without Dale Jr.'s help on a super speedway.
I can't believe Kyle's got that speed with his damage.
Yeah, they did a good job fixing the right front on Kyle's car.
That might be a diecast.
That,
if he wins this race, I might buy
and in the draft, it ain't going to be affected much. If he was leading a line, I bet it would probably suck. But since he's behind a couple of cars, Kyle's probably okay. I love Big E, and I don't watch much WWE. There's so many guys WWE I love. Big E's always been a favorite. So I'm with you, Caden.
But it's almost like a telltale as well. I see that hood flap coming up that you've got in that pocket. You know, you went through that bubble you were talking about earlier. When you get through that, that's when that flap's coming up, and you know you're in a sweet spot.
Look at this 18 car.
Watch right here.
Ugh.
That car was the one that we were in.
3 wide.
3 wide underneath them. That's hurting that. That's going to hurt that outside line.
Big time wreck, and he's still in this thing. These cars are tough, boys.
I think it's Corey.
LaJoy on the inside in the 7th.
It's a lap car.
Kyle Larson ahead. And here's the
Boy, these onboard cameras are fucking horrible. I can't see what's going on.
It is nice to see under Larson's car, though.
I can't see what's fucking going on. I can't see how close they are to the lead. Logano just ducked out from Kyle Busch. Okay, what's going on up front? I can't tell. Well, the outside line died a death like I said it would. When I saw them get 3 wide with Corey, I said it's going to kill that outside line.
Outside is almost out of the
He's
top
formulated a line. He's getting his wish.
Are they going to the outside?
Now Larson, Stenhouse, and Logano pull up. Logano was behind Kyle Busch a lap ago. Now look where he is.
second, not burning as much fuel as race leader Brad Keselowski, who's pushing all that air aside. So the 17 crew said this.
What you're doing with the gas is good right there. This is 6-0. They want us to push. They want to defend that top lane.
As easy as Harrison Burton's car flipped over, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else flipped today.
Well, that's a monster outside line. That's bigger than the inside line.
What's the green light, Tony?
I don't know. I was getting ready to ask you what the green light was.
That's a light car thing.
I think it's green light go. Time to shine. Let's roll. Up dragging the brake, lifting out of gas. Wide open.
11 to go in stage.
Another commercial.
5 Fords out in front.
Please, they're going side by side,
So the
right?
outside line is 7 right now.
Okay, they went side by side, so it's not a full screen commercial. 10 to go, stage 2. Too many goddamn Fords.
Brad's car looks so good.
I want to sound like such a boomer Chevy fan, bitch. There are too many of them Fords. It's not fair. They're cheating. Because anybody that's beating your favorite driver is a cheater if you're a boomer.
Always.
Jimmy Johnson was a goddamn cheater. He won 5 championships in a row. Jimmy Johnson was a cheater. These Fords are cheating.
I need a prop bet next week that BJ McLeod outruns 2 Hendrick cars like he is today.
California, that's not going to happen.
Give me that prop bet.
Wait till we go to Talladega in April or whatever. Them goddamn cheating Fords. There's too many of them.
Oh, what a big push. That is Joey.
I remember the day that I found out Stuart Haas was switching from Chevy to Ford. I was so fucking disappointed. But in the last couple of years, I went, oh, I see why. Until like last year when Chevrolet finally got their shit together again. Can't deny the success they've had at Daytona and Talladega, though. Because they've got the numbers. It helps have fast cars, but they also just double the amount of Toyotas and have a few more than the Chevrolets. And the Chevrolets have not been consistently good at working together like the Fords have. I love how I just can't see shit with all these onboard cameras.
God, look under his car. Look at darkness.
Last time we saw that camera angle was the big wreck that happened because they were live on like Hamlin's bumper cam, and it just disappeared underneath the car in front of him. I was like, oh shit. I love range shortened races in Arizona. Dale Jr. won the range shortened race at Phoenix. But yeah, anytime it ever rained at Phoenix, I'd be like, really? It's Phoenix.
Damn, Kyle fell back.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Kyle's not in the middle of a pack, he's probably not very fast. He needs a couple behind him and a car or two in front of him to be fast, probably.
Here in Daytona, the USFL, April 16th.
Well, the USFL does not involve Donald Trump this time, so it'll actually be successful. Oh, it's a stallion year.
Of the USFL Pro Football League, right here on Fox.
The head coaches are the most interesting thing about the USFL. Hello. Where the hell did Larson and Stenhouse? Oh, I mean, we've been watching onboard cameras for the last 15 minutes. Somehow Kyle Larson and Stenhouse have got the second and third, and they've pulled up behind Keselowski. Keselowski left his teammate to get in front of Larson and Stenhouse because they're so fast. 6 to go. We had a million onboard camera shots and then a USFL ad. Next thing you know, they're racing for the lead. Oh, Ricky's trying to get Larson to get hung out. Oh, now he goes with Larson. Woo! Kyle Larson takes lead. Logano goes to Keselowski. But Larson pulls ahead. Keselowski's going to go right here and take the lead. Stenhouse is hung out, which is good for everyone. And Brad made a little move to try to get under Larson, but it didn't stick. Emma's picked up again. Get a draft off the ghost of Christopher Bell. And Austin Dillon's about to go a lap down. Slow pit stop. Where's Chase Elliott at? Because I know he had you saw how much time Chase lost on pit road. Oh, Keselowski, great move in the center of the corner. Keselowski schools Larson in the middle of turn 2. Brings Logano with him. They hang out Larson. Brad and Joey, 1-2. What do you know? Hey, look, Dylan, I'm running 1-2 again. The last time I was running 1-2, one of mine got wrecked. Oh, yeah, I'm 1-2-4.
Could be third.
Yeah.
Show you that again. Larson leading the pack.
What a move, Brad. That's me in the game
drops
right there.
Down.
Except I hook him.
That was a great move by Brad. And because Larson's not a dumbass like Logano Thursday, he didn't block. Because that's exactly where Logano blocked Thursday and got crashed.
Same team anymore, but they still remember how each other races.
We talked about it. 400 miles to learn to figure out how to situate yourself for the right move at the end of the race. You saw that 5-car start at the front, go clear to the back, had another education right there.
I've never been to a rain-shortened race, but I've been to a couple of rain-delayed races. Rain-delayed races are never fun. I'm 1-2-4. Michael, how could I possibly lose? Oh, and the whole top 5's done.
400 miles for that last 100. These guys are already thinking about points and stage points, trying to lock up these for the end of the season.
And the move that Keselowski just put on Kyle Larson to retake the lead was the same move that we saw Chris Buescher make on Thursday.
I said that already, Mike. Isn't he listening? Mike Joyce clearly not listening to my stream in one of his ears. Yeah, because Larson's not a dumbass like Logano.
It's risk versus reward.
Please tell me the next 2 laps you're going to end with Logano upside down next. 2 to go.
The Busch brothers both in the lead draft. Denny Hamlin, 3-time Daytona 500 winner, out of the race, along with Christopher Bell is in the race, but 40 laps down.
Where's your suspension now?
They're still up there cheating.
Still 6 in the top.
Keselowski the leader. You're looking back at Joey Logano in second place. Logano's car chief, Raymond Fox III.
I don't know who I'm more scared of.
I'd sacrifice my Logano bet to see him go barrel rolling into the lake.
His grandfather, Ray Fox, a pioneer NASCAR.
They shoot to the outside of Briscoeville. Oh, wow, Briscoe pulled up. He wants to stay on the lead lap. Briscoe said, wow, Briscoe's blocking the leaders to stay on the lead lap.
You remember when Ross done that?
Yeah. Briscoe wants to stay on the lead lap. 1 to go in the stage. I'm sure Brad's like, oh, fucking A.
But do you want to?
Oh, Brad goes to, he doesn't block that run. Oh, but Joey's going to use it. Brad went to the bottom to pass Briscoe, and Joey's going to shove Briscoe to get by Brad and take the lead.
Oh, and look who's back in.
Well, Logano's going to use Briscoe to just try to 2-car tandem ahead of everybody. Who the fuck is smoking on the apron? Logano's going to tandem a lap car to a stage win. It's brilliant. I don't like Joey Logano, but that's brilliant. It's my NASCAR Thunder strategy, Dylan. Oh, Truex, big run off 4. Logano does not block. Side by side for stage win. Truex sweeps the stages. I thought Logano was just going to tandem his way to a stage win with a lap car, but he couldn't stay stuck to him, and Truex had a good run out of 4.
But that did open the door for a big run from Truex to get the win.
Ooh, boy, that was closer than I thought.
Oh, Truex. Remember 2016? What is that shitty music they're playing?
I feel like I've seen somebody sweep Daytona recently and not win. Yesterday. No, truck race.
Yeah, yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Hemrick.
Was it truck race?
Yeah, it was Hemrick.
I thought Nemechek won both.
Yeah, Nemechek did it too. Yeah. So.
Damn.
I hate to say it, but I don't. Ever since Chase Briscoe's got the cup, he's done some stupid shit, but he got away with that. He stayed on the lead lap, so good for Briscoe. Very few guys would have blocked the leader like that. My leaderboard's not updated. It says Keselowski's the leader. Why's my leaderboard not updating? So I guess somebody said Suarez was the one smoking down the back. I finished 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in that stage. I said at the start of the day I was going to finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th with my picks. They were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th at the end of that stage, so we're on our way. It's amazing how back in the 90s they had less cameras and worse technology, but they knew how to film and shoot a fucking race better than Fox does now with like 30 fucking cameras. It's like, we've got 50 cameras. We got to use all of them.
Because see, the problem with it is they're not worried about what's going on in real time. They're worried about what kind of highlights they're going to have after the race.
Yeah.
Oh, this is good footage. This is good footage.
Yep.
That 3-wide battle for the
Every race this weekend, somebody swept the stages but didn't win. So sorry, Truex. But still, damn, sweeping the stages at Daytona. Kamikaze will be thrilled. Oh wait, he says he doesn't watch anymore except when he does. By the way, he can't say shit to me. I was a Truex fan before he even knew what NASCAR was. So, not Christopher Bell. John Hunter Nemechek, Daniel Hemrick, and now Truex. Break the spell, Truex. I like how I thought of the Ford truck and my mind defaulted to Christopher Bell, who drove it like 3 or 4 years ago. Every now and then I'll see a car and go, and I'll say the guy that drove it like 5 years ago.
I guess it's only fitting if Truex wins, though, because memory wasn't shit at short. Or was it mile and a half or short track?
It was short. They always knocked him on short track. He didn't win no short tracks.
He won the short track race.
And people would say, oh, he can't win on short tracks. I'm like, well, fuck, I know Dover's not a short track and road courses aren't, but they're pretty fucking hard to drive, so.
Heads west for 3 races. We're going to furlough.
I really look forward to Matt Kenseth in the booth. I do not look forward to Danica in the booth. And we get 2 weeks of Danica. SRX commentator Danica Patrick.
Then in Las Vegas and Phoenix, Danica Patrick will come and join us. Please hurry back soon.
You see Tony's smile.
Did you hear Mike Joy? Just after he said Danica's going to join us soon, and he goes, Tony, please come back soon.
Let's try for on-road.
Fun lineup. It's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, Circuit of the Americas. That'll be
Stay off them ATVs, Tony. They're bad for your back.
Matt the Brat. I mean,
That's bad for other people's spinal cords. Them sprint cars are bad for other people's spinal cords, and the ATVs are bad for your back, Tony. Oh, I'm going to hell.
Matt is awesome. He's got a great sense of humor. He's
You know the only reason I know that? Oh, I knew okay, so we all know how Kevin Ward Jr. died. I got bored last night watching NASCAR show on YouTube. I was like, what was his injuries? I started Googling, like, Kevin Ward's injuries. Oh, it was a spinal cord. Ugh. Like, damn.
We're going to have a lot of fun next Sunday in Fontana, California.
50 cameras, and they couldn't see who was blowing up down the back on the apron.
After winning the pole here in 2013, most laps led by a driver in the Cup Series ever.
Somebody should tell Fox that bumper cams should only be used for replays, not like when we're trying to see what the fuck is going on.
When pit road opens, here we go. What will they do, Vince?
Martin Truex 1 and Stage 2 winner. He's been up on the chip a bit on the radio and, of course, up on the wheel as well. Crew Chief James Small has given him a fast one today. And Joey Logano started from the
This is the last time today I'm changing tires. Unless I'm just doing 2 later on. But this is the last time today I changed 4. I want to see the 23 win as well. I'll get money if he wins. That is so weird how the gas takes longer than the tires. That's fucking with me. Keselowski, Cindric, Larson, Bubba Wallace, Harvick, Logano, Eric Jones, Almirola, Blaney, Truex. Everybody took 4 tires. They're doing work under the right front of Chase Elliott's car, who I think stayed on the lead lap, despite losing the draft. I don't know if y'all know. I don't know if y'all need to know this, but I gotta pee. Roommate, you want to go on the Kiss cruise?
I'd love to do something like that. Yeah. But I'm one of those people that like I don't know shit about them.
Yeah.
So like if I went up on that cruise and people was talking about it and some guy goes, hey dude, you remember back in '87 when I was at that concert and that dude lit that dude's pants on fire and he fell down?
People ain't like that on the
cruise. And he jumped up on stage and Gene kicked him off and he died. And I'm gonna be like, who the fuck is Gene?
You can come to Kiss Trivia and just be on our team and watch me answer all the questions.
Don't you win it every time? Have you won it every time?
Except this past time we got fucked over. But that's neither here nor there. If I could have protested this past time. And I was mad as fuck, too, because I wanted to win that round of trivia more than any other because Tommy from Kiss, Tommy was the one hosting the trivia. Oh. So I was like, shit, I want to win because Tommy's here. I got to talk to Tommy. Matter of fact, I answered, like, they had, like, a question that didn't count. They had a funny question, and they said, this doesn't count towards the trivia, and it was really just out there question. Tommy was like, okay, I asked Gene about this yesterday, so this question doesn't count. On the Kiss album cover, Dressed to Kill, they're all wearing suits and, like, dress shoes. It was Gene. Gene is wearing clogs. Whose clogs were those? And it was like, shit, Gene. And I was like, who's fucking... We were naming everybody. Dude, we know everybody that worked with Kiss back then. We were naming all the most obscure people. I was like, Neil Bogart's clogs, Joyce Bogart's, Bill Coynes, Sean DeLay, naming all these people that nobody would know but Kiss fans. Turns out they were Ace Frehley's clogs. Ace. And I was like, the fuck? I look at Tommy and go, why the fuck did Ace have clogs? It's like, was Ace a dancer? And Tommy was like, I asked Gene about it yesterday. He said they were Ace's clogs.
We spoke to him earlier. Let's catch up.
You're a Kiss fan. You need to go on the Kiss cruise. It's fun. I've met them many times, and I've been on like 6 cruises. This year's the last one that Kiss themselves will actually be performing on as a band because they're breaking up after next year. Random Kiss talk during the NASCAR stream, I know, but...
Had a little bit of trouble there. What do you got? How are you going to win this thing?
Oh, man, it's a lot different race
To give you an idea of how absurd it was, that Ace Frehley had a pair of clogs, we named everybody in KISS but Ace. We named everybody that worked with KISS in 1975. And it was like, no, they're Ace's clogs. What? We said Peter, Paul, Joyce Bogart, Neil Bogart, Bill Aucoin, Sean Delaney, fucking everybody. Everybody that we knew that was a name that worked with KISS in 75.
Now, we also saw Chase Elliott with an extended stay on pit road. Jamie?
Look at the decal about to peel off the post on Logano's front of his car.
He had a dent in the right front, and he said that the handling had gotten so much worse that last run, so bumpy, they decided to take the...
I corrected Gene Simmons on his fucking game show on the cruise. It was funny, because Todd's the only KISS fan here, so he might know what I'm talking about. The question was, on the album, there was a greatest hits album called Killers, and on that album, KISS did 4 new songs to go with all the greatest hits. Where did they record those 4 songs? And I think Gene goes, yeah, and we played one of them last night. And I was like, no, you didn't. Because the theme of the cruise was the Creatures of the Night album. Creatures of the Night came out just after Killers, so they probably wrote those songs around the same time, so Gene got confused. And he was like, yeah, we played one of those songs last night. And I said, no, you didn't. And he was like, what? They're just topping off. We got cars pitting again under caution to fill up gas. Well, anyway, Gene was like, we played one last night. I said, no, you didn't. And he was like, really? He goes, what album? He goes, I was like, no, those are just Creatures of the Night songs. He goes, oh. He thought they had played one of the Killers songs. I'm like, no, you didn't. I thought Ace's book was the shittiest of the 4. Gene's funny because he'll be like, you guys fucking know more than we do. He's like, we don't remember. He's like, we lived it, but we don't fucking remember. We're always moving on to the next thing. So it's always funny when they do the trivia stuff on the cruise and guys like me know more than them. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, wow.
3 people split 25 grand. God damn it. Tony's rich. He doesn't need to split 25 grand with anybody. Yeah, Todd, the haircuts on the Killers cover. Do you like Paul Stanley's purple headband? That was coming off of The Elder. You might as well have called that album Music from the Headband.
Why couldn't I get him to play for free? When he drew it for me?
Win Tony's money?
No, yeah, it cost me a lot of money.
Okay, these cars are going, man.
Let's talk about the Geico restart zone.
It's stage 3, cancer. I mean, Daytona 500. I like the cars that pitted there to make sure the wheels were tight and they had gas in the car. They're going to have a lot of ground to make up, though, because I guarantee this is going to get single file again with the Fords. Brad, Cindric, Bubba, and Harvick. Brad ducks into the inside in front of Cindric. I am running 1-3, and Logano pitted twice under this yellow, so he lost his track position. But Joey must be really confident that he can get back up there because they gave up a lot of ground. Track position's been king today. It's been hard to make any ground from way back. This is the time of the race where you just have to be in position. Single file on the bottom, ready for those final pit stops halfway through this stage. That's where you need to be right now. I probably ran off half the people in here when I started talking about KISS shit with Todd.
Well, before you got to the, halfway down the backstretch, something definitely new this year. Sequential shifting, I like it.
And I'm glad the drivers are getting used to it because in the first couple of tests, there were some guys that went to go from second to third gear that were used to going up and to the right instead of sequential back and went from
I would probably like sequential gearbox better. As a video game player and not a real driver, I'd probably like a sequential gearbox. Joey's making a lot of aggressive moves. He wants to get back to the front. They pitted twice under this yellow. He wants to get back to the front. Yeah, Chase is still on the lead lap. In the lead pack. I'm sitting pretty in first and third right now. I feel pretty good. God, if Bubba wins this race, I'm going to shit myself even more than I did when he won Talladega.
Kevin Harvick outside of him, leading the outside lane.
You mean like he should have a few years ago?
Yeah.
22 cars still on the
If Bubba and Hamlin didn't get separated on final pit stops last year, Bubba might have won it then too.
on his pit stop at the end of stage 2.
We just saw the graphic there of Chase Briscoe, who made a.
You're right, Michael.
Tell me we got 3 short odds.
Eric Jones, 4th place. Been sitting there all day between about 5th and 9th place. Yeah, Noah's in the top 10. Noah's got a lot of super speedway experience. I would say this package is more similar to the Xfinity super speedway package than it's been in a few years. Just without the dramatic side draft. Imagine Greg. Michael, if Gregson wins, my head might explode, so let's hope he doesn't. It's going to be like that scene in Scanners where the dude's head blows up. By the way, I've never seen Scanners. I just heard it referenced in Wayne's World. That's the only reason I know about that scene. And yeah, Briscoe stayed on the lead lap, and now look at him. 7th place in this 7-car breakaway that's about to happen. Because behind him, it's just 2x2x2. We ain't seen no damn 8-wide racing except on pit road. We see more 8-wide racing on pit road.
I think everybody got scared after what Bradley hit.
Nah, I don't. Villeneuve's not on the lead lap, I'm pretty sure.
Let's just let Brad lead the race. Then he can't wreck.
I feel like Villeneuve's been lapped several times. Bubba doesn't have a lot of help, but he's in a good spot. So if he just stays where he is. I think him and Jones would work together against the Fords, I feel like. Big stack up on the back because the bottom line just suddenly shot forward. Larson 3 wide getting shuffled out. Stenhouse as well. I was worried Stenhouse was going to try to squeeze down in front of Elliott. Oh, here we go with your Kyle Busch, Dale Earnhardt comparisons. They have another one now. He won Daytona 500 in 18 years. Is he ever going to win it? He's just like Earnhardt. I remember the first time I heard somebody mention a Kyle Busch, Dale Earnhardt comparison. It was in like 2008, and Jeff Gordon literally laughed out loud. I remember it was just, you could tell it caught Jeff by complete surprise because Jeff Gordon laughed out loud when somebody in a newspaper, I think it was the Charlotte Observer, asked him about if Kyle Busch was similar to Dale Earnhardt in any way. And Jeff was like, nah, he's not. Single file on the bottom. They're doing side by side right now with a Toyota commercial. Boy, they love their onboard cameras, don't they? Tomorrow's headline will be, is it politically correct to call Denny Hamlin an owner considering his driver's black? Oh no, NASCAR's going to get canceled again. They called Bubba Wallace's boss his owner. Ugh, bad luck. Oh, God, the sport's over. God, I hope Bubba wins. First of all, I'd get more money if Bubba... I'd get more money if Bubba wins, but it would just piss a lot of people off, so I'm here for it. I ain't worried about nothing until after final pit stops. After final pit stops is when you really got to start worrying. Like, are we going to get a caution? Is it going to get strung out? Or 4 cars going to take off like on Thursday? Like, what the fuck? We still got a lot of cars running. Because only 5 or 6 cars are out of the race.
It's a cool what it should have. I remember back Truex, photo finish at the end. How many times Kyle Busch has been in contention and you just can't get it done? And Tony, nobody knows that better than you. I mean, you won 19 times you won here.
Just the July race and 6 Talladega races.
19 times.
It's just a first run.
It is. You're right. But it does. It shows how much.
Call Dave Moody and ask the owner question. Chris, that's your job. I got to do it in a real southern voice, too. Hey, Dave Moody, I love your show. Do you think that there's going to be some backlash to the fact that they called Bubba Wallace's boss his owner? You got to just call in and pretend to be a complete moron, like most people that call Dave Moody, or most people that even want to speak to Dave Moody.
So, you keep getting asked that question, it means they think you're a contender.
Villeneuve's in the lead pack, but no, he's not on the lead lap.
It makes that intensity even go up the next year.
I'd like to know why Villeneuve is running there in the lead pack, though. It's very worrisome.
What a gorgeous day in North Florida.
Another commercial.
Wow. After a couple of years of rain.
They went to commercial after lap 124.
Oh, boy. Enjoy these ads.
2 laps.
I like how I don't have to fake an accent because I naturally have a southern accent. I've just tried to bully it out of me over the years. Yeah.
Holy shit.
So it's real easy for me to drop in and do that southern bullshit because I'm not that far off from it anyway.
So I learned earlier that people in Japan love country music.
Wow.
So I was like, us guys from the South go to Japan, I think all the women would be over us though.
Todd, you're right. The forward number was a pointless decision, but it doesn't look bad. My problem with it was that NASCAR was talking like, we're doing something innovative. We're going to move the number forward on the door, and all these new sponsors are going to want to take up that space. No, they fucking don't. You just make the current sponsor logo bigger. Yeah. And a lot of the paint schemes look really cool, but it's not like, oh man, I didn't want to sponsor that sport that's had dwindling ratings for years, but now that I can get a bigger logo on the side of the car, yeah, I'll totally do it. No, they won't. They won't. We don't have any new sponsors that said, wow, you know what I like? I like all that space on the side of that car. Equally, though, moving the number forward makes the cars that don't have a lot of sponsors look really bad, like Stenhouse's car. His car looks like fucking shit. But the designs and everything are really cool. I'm just wondering how throwback schemes are going to work at Darlington. Are they going to fucking move the number back just for Darlington? Or
they should move it back to the rear. Put the sponsor.
Okay, I'm so glad that they moved it forward because remember in the All-Star race in 2020 at Bristol, they put it back. And it was like, ugh, that looks like shit. The number moved back looked like garbage, but forward it's actually not that bad. And I love the chrome numbers on a lot of the cars now. The shiny numbers.
My definition of innovative is making it work.
Yeah.
Bring me the excitement. If you want numbers moved up on a car, I don't give a fuck. Make my racing better.
Oh, Todd, you know what my favorite part of Kiss trivia on the cruise was? And I was an ace at this shit. This is why we won. They would play Kiss songs backwards, and you had to figure out which one it was.
No, I've had some stuff. That shit's harder than people might think, too. When you hear it backwards, you're like, I've got no fucking idea.
The advantage with Kiss is that every single one, not a lot of bands are like this. I think Kiss, Alice Cooper, and some other bands that just have such different sounds they've used there. Not one Kiss album sounds anything like another.
Really?
So you can kind of listen to like how do the drums sound and what does Paul's voice sound like, and kind of figure out, oh, this is from this era, and then like narrow it down. So that's how I figured it out. It was mostly drum sound, because drum sound on Kiss albums are all over the fucking place. Sound totally different. I want a William Byron T-Rex throwback, like Jeff Gordon's Jurassic Park car, because that new movie's coming out. That's a good fucking call, Todd. Somebody should give you a job. That'd be my throwback scheme.
Nah, his throwback scheme should just be a car that says you don't own me.
Joey Logano is hanging out Kyle Busch every chance he gets. He just did it again, and his run stalled out when he got to the back bumper of Kurt Busch and had to lift.
Kevin Harvick right in the midst of all that. So as the laps wind down, your chances to win an exclusive prize from the Busch race team are winding down too. Here's more from an ARCA driver.
Oh, shit. Tyler Reddick, head on in the wall. Truex is in it. Kurt Busch. Logano spins. How's the splitter hold up in the grass? I think Logano's okay. No damage on Logano. Tyler Reddick is junk. Logano's stuck in the grass. Well, guys, I'm down to 2. So much for the train. I had a feeling they were going to wreck just now because I saw like when they went 3 wide in the corner further back. I'm like, that don't look good.
Kurt Busch, Martin Truex also.
Kurt Busch is genius. He's backing up.
So Truex leaves us with the double stage.
Yeah, 3 races in a row, swept the stages, and the guy who swept the stages gets wrecked out or doesn't win. Kurt Busch has had himself a day. I think everything that's happened today has happened in and around Kurt Busch's vicinity. Don't you like they added the little slits in the back like those bank cars?
I like that.
Truex is all jacked up.
Dang it.
17 years.
Glad I didn't put money on Reddick. Glad I didn't put money on Kurt Busch. Logano, if they can get him unstuck, might be okay. Oh, look, it happened with fucking Jacques Villeneuve pushing the 8 car. We got a lap car running the lead pack. You sure? Boyer's saying they were hitting each other before Villeneuve got there. I don't know. Anytime I see a wreck with a lap car in the lead pack, I'm like, why did this have to happen? Yeah. Logano's fine if they can get him out of the damn grass.
Depends how much damage is in. There's the right side tires going down on Logano.
We had a car go through the grass and the splitter not rip in.
Same for Kurt Busch. Saw a couple of drivers take evasive action down pit road.
Oh, yeah, Reddick was a little side. God, you can't even tell what happened there. Oof. Chase Elliott has to dodge another one.
Lost it right in front of Jacques.
Ty Dillon, Kyle Busch.
At least now when they line up, Villeneuve won't be in the lead pack. Poor Reddick. We were in the middle of an ad when all of a sudden they started wrecking. You can't quite make it from here, but I'd pit here.
I like it. I like this. Yeah, Joey's good.
Yeah, if they can get him out of the damn grass. Funny how the biggest dipshits have the best luck. And they are pushing Logano.
That's money, though.
Villeneuve has some minor left rear damage.
The problem with that is when somebody gets loose, it scrubs so much speed off so quick, and you're already within a foot or two behind somebody. Yeah. You close that gap before you.
Logano's car can't move. When these cars get flat tires, they can't move. We saw it with Bowman on the pavement, and now you're seeing Logano's stuck even though he's on the pavement. If I'm the crew, and I'm like, can we go out there and put 4 tires on really quick so he can move again? You would have thought Reddick was driving one of them Hendrick cars from 2016, the way that car just took off and spun around.
Which was about the time John got right to his bumper, and away it went.
Oh, wish we had a camera in David Reagan's car because he threaded the needle right through the middle of that.
David Reagan wreck avoidance lightning challenge. You guys ever hear that audio? I think it was from the 96 Daytona 500, and there's a big wreck in the corner, and you hear somebody's spotter go, God damn it, and then you hear Ward Burton go,
Damn, you cut down one of those tires, that thing becomes a big thumper and makes all kinds of noise.
As soon as Joey just
I think Joey's fucked. He can't move.
He's stuck.
If they could get tires on it. Well, I lost another bet.
Retired, hung up his helmet. He came back to run this one race for Rick Ware.
I gotta see this.
And watch the Georgia driver just slide right through here.
Here's your new lightning challenge. Oh.
Oh my
God.
That's smooth. That's good.
I love the new brakes on these cars because I feel like more cars would have piled in with the old Daytona brakes package. Because remember, the brakes at Daytona are always shitty because you don't run big brakes because you're not worried about brakes at Daytona.
Oh, really? Wow. That's about as good a job. I'm just upset we missed watching Justin Hill go 150 down pit road.
That's a single car team. JTG Doherty.
That move right there, that feel that you just said.
They got Logano in his pit box somehow. They've got to lift the car up to try to get it on the jack.
All right, let's hear what happened to Tyler Reddick.
Too bad it's not a Formula 2 car.
Yeah. Something broke in the 8 car and it spun out. So it wasn't Villeneuve. My bad. I just see Villeneuve and expect him to do something stupid.
We knew he
So it was just something that broke in the 8 car. Logano's now gone at least 1 lap down. If I see him, I'll be like, hey. They're working on Truex's car. Yeah, that's a problem we didn't see coming, Karen. You're right. The cars, when they get flat tires, they're so low, they just get stuck. That didn't even happen with the Gen 6, but it happens with this car.
And once again, here's an ARCA driver.
Hey NASCAR fans, I'm Amber Balkan with the Busch Race Team. We're giving you a chance
Sponsor her, Bush. I don't even know if she's good or not. Does it really matter?
Busch Race Team and hashtag sweepstakes now for your chance to win.
I don't think I want to take that ride today with Kevin Harvick. Things are probably very busy out there.
I would. Yeah.
I don't like Joey either, but I had money on him, so I kept secretly hoping he'd be okay. I was like Simba in The Lion King. Get up, Joey, get up!
Noah Gragson in the 62 making his Cup Series debut. For a team that's owned by that lady, Linda Beard. Family has been involved and loves racing so much. After her husband passed away, she decided to keep it going. They're only doing the super speedway races.
She owns Noah Gragson?
So Noah Gregson's car is owned by a lunch lady. Okay.
I wonder how he got that ride, Dale.
Dale, can you ever say anything about women that's not sexually suggestive?
Thank you, Linda, for doing this.
She has no husband. You know, it's hard to Noah Gragson of all people driving for.
Damn, Noah took one for the team.
That's an awesome deal.
What would you do to advance your career? Pit!
So, Larry,
pit road open?
6 laps to go. What are you thinking?
Well, I've got a fire in here, and it's my calculator that's burning up right now. Because remember, the fuel window is 38 to 42 laps. We're coming right now with 45 to go. Now,
I run
remember,
2 green
38
flag
to
laps.
42 laps.
I'm on pit with 1 to go at this caution.
I think you come here. You only have 13
You pit here, and then if you're in the back, keep coming and topping off until they drop the green.
Maybe. DW taught me never say you can't make it.
Remember 1989?
He stretched his fuel mileage to win the 1989.
Yeah, but he had more than everybody.
Well, that's what happened.
Well, I'm thinking about what was it last year? Was it Pocono? Was it Denny or Kyle that had all that extra gas?
Well, Kyle did. Kyle had a mechanical problem where he couldn't restart, but at full speed he was fine. The race went green and a couple cars run out. Yeah.
Stuck in 4th gear and still won the race.
Yeah, because it went green and like Byron and Hamlin had to pit for gas.
Denny Hamlin tried to win the Daytona 500, got caught up in that wreck at lap 63.
Wow, what a shitty day.
Joey Logano.
3 Daytona 500 winners running 28 their worst.
Austin Dillon 28, David Suarez 26th. David Reagan, we saw him sneak through that incident, and he gets the free pass. He's the first car 1 lap down, so he'll get to come around.
Daniel Hamrick's 12th.
The lead lap. That will give us 20 lead lap cars when we restart. Exactly half the field.
20 cars on the lead lap. You heard them. And I'm pitting multiple times under this caution if I'm outside the top 10. The guys up front are going to pit once and then just keep the track position, but further back, I'm pitting over and over. Because there are only 20 cars on the lead lap. But if I'm in that top 5 or 6, I'm only pitting once.
But there was a car stopped in someone else's pit stall as a result of that crash. And now,
So that extra lap of caution for somebody being stuck on pit road.
So the 8 of Tyler Reddick looks like it's
They're going to cross 44 to go here on pit road and have a full tank of gas coming out.
Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Harrison Burton, and Ron
Just enough of a fuel mileage drama here.
Cars running with damage include Alex Bowman.
Got to stay out and take the wave around.
Well off the lead lap. Pit road's open. Here's Vince.
Well, and for the leader, Brad Keselowski.
Do I think the Hendrick cars are sandbagging? I just don't think they're as fast, consistent. They don't race as good as the Fords. And there's not as many of them as the Fords. Larson's got up to the front a couple of times. I don't know what they're missing, but I don't think they have anything for these Fords. Chase can't get to his pit box. I told you I'm not changing tires for the rest of the day, and I don't think anybody did except the guys running in the back. Cindric and Bubba come out first and second. Oh my God, is the George Lopez show coming on?
You remember waking up at 3 a.m. every morning to that?
I've always said the only reason people remember the George Lopez show is because they fell asleep while something good was on, and then they wake up and George Lopez is on.
I remember wake up sweating at 3 o'clock
Then he's like jumping up on the trampoline. I've never watched a single episode because fuck George Lopez. He's not funny. Another Kiss Cruise story. George Lopez. I don't know if he's banned from the Kiss Cruise, but he certainly made an ass of himself on it. That's a fun story. George Lopez being an idiot on the Kiss Cruise. He was really drunk, and if he took a drink for every time he said rock and roll all night, he'd have alcohol poisoning. So I don't know if he quite drank that much, but he was still pretty fucking wasted. So, were any of you one of the two people nationwide that went to see that dog movie with Channing Tatum? I only know that movie because I kept seeing the trailer every time I went to see Spider-Man.
They have a dog movie with Channing Tatum?
It's called Dog, and he's like looking after this German Shepherd or some shit. I don't know. I saw the trailer for it.
Sounds like it sucks.
It looked like it was going to suck.
Yeah, it sounds like it sucks.
But the teenage girls will love it.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Not yet, but I'm going to. I got to watch The Walking Dead, and I got to watch Texas Chainsaw.
Yes. I watched it the other night. Well worth it.
Yeah. And I'm not a big Texas Chainsaw guy. I always like Halloween and Friday the 13th, shit like that better. But I like Texas Chainsaw. And the video game is coming out, made by the same people that made Friday the 13th. Seven players, 4 survivors versus 3 killers. And it's going to be, they said it's pretty different from Friday the 13th.
It ain't going to be bad, though.
Nah. Friday's a very flawed game, but there's something about it.
It's Friday. It's just the idea of it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, can I survive this?
And there I am, still playing the shit almost like every fucking Friday night for at least a couple of hours with the same damn people. So I keep playing that game. Carlos Mencia. You were one of the 5 people that thought Carlos Mencia was funny?
From Daytona
I'm going to make you feel bad. I don't know who that is.
I watched quality programming, Chappelle Show or nothing. Chappelle Show is the greatest sketch comedy show in the history of television.
I'm more of a Jeff Foxworthy blue-collar guy.
Yeah! I had Blue Collar TV on DVD. I had like 2 seasons of it. Oh, to be 11 years old again.
Where's my Larry the Cable Guy?
Oh, God. Even then, I didn't like Larry, but I thought Foxworthy and the other guys were funny. Ron White is fucking hysterical to this day. He's really funny.
He ain't my favorite Ron. I'm a Ron Burgundy.
Dave Chappelle or nothing. I'd give them all up just to have more Chappelle Show. $42 down the drain and up in the air. Well, I'd say the next gen cars passed the crash test, but we haven't had one get hooked in the catch fence yet.
You think he'll bitch like Joey did when he was here?
Oh yeah, speed it up in fast motion so it looks scarier. What the fuck, Fox? Whoa, they were going so fast. And pretty gold numbers.
Let's talk about what you think we're going to see over these final few laps.
Look at the cars coming down pit road that were topping off.
The more aggressive you are pushing, that's the lane that moves forward. It's not totally about having the most cars. As it gets closer to the end, the guy in second or the side-by-side rows just going to continue to get more and more aggressive.
It's great to be out here right near the start-finish line. Let's go back upstairs. Clipwater's always loud. Along with Tony Stewart and Mike Joy. Gentlemen.
Cindric, Bubba, Blaney, Eric Jones, Keselowski, and Buescher up front. Then you got Briscoe and Harvick.
Your fuel cell completely.
This is a good lineup up here. Cindric, Bubba, Blaney, Jones.
That's if we don't go into extended overtime.
Damn, Gregson still
Kyle Larson had to get push-started out of his
Another Hendrick car stalled on pit road, but he got it going.
Happened to Chase Elliott earlier.
Some of the things I think Chase Elliott's teammate, and it's taken a while to refire with both of them, but I've seen that down across pit road today. We saw Chase Elliott, one of your cars out there at the Coliseum, and Tyler Reddick both warming their tires up, dumping the clutch, and broke the transaxle.
It's times like this I'm glad Dale Jr.'s not racing anymore, so I'm not about to have a nervous breakdown with 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. I'm just here for the chaos and the memes. Let's go Bubba on the front row. Oh, the boomers are triggered. 40 laps away. 41 away.
I want to see him and Eric Jones break
The Toyota.
Bubba's got to get
Toyota Camry TRD.
Yep, that's a pace car, all right. Can we watch the race? Thank you. Green flag. No, guys, I want to watch the pace car. Yeah, Bubba and Blaney would be good working together. We saw what teammates meant to Blaney and Cindric on Thursday. They sold each other out. Look at these tandems. You're going to see more pushing than ever now. Look at those tandems. When it comes down to it, the guys will never stop trying to tandem draft. Jones got separated from Bubba, but Blaney is still pushing Cindric. Blaney has stayed hooked to Cindric. Oh, Bubba can't get in the bottom. Lost his momentum. That's going to stack up that outside. He throws a block on Busher. Oh, now Busher's getting hung out. Bubba threw a block on Busher and it hung him out, but there's nothing in that outside line. Bubba, Harvick, Busch, and Busher are going to go to the back. And we got a 4-car breakaway at the front with 3 of the 4 cars that broke away at the front Thursday. Cindric's leading. 40 to go.
Keselowski has been fast all week here in Daytona and won his qualifying race.
More help coming on the outside now, but they've dropped about 7 or 8 cars back. Yeah, outside line's forming up good now.
Got Kyle Busch in tow.
Jump chase.
And then Ricky Stenhouse.
Kyle Busch pushing Bubba.
You know Kyle Busch is probably going to stay right there, not let us spit you
The boomer's going to say Bubba should be parked for blocking Busher, right? Because everything Bubba does, they're going to say he should be parked. Oh, Briscoe getting up off the bottom. Looked like he wanted to get in that outside line. Yeah, this is about to be a mess. 39 to go.
He's not scared to do it. He will get that line moving on the outside.
For sure.
Ricky Stenhouse.
I guess I'm glad I had 4 bets today.
I'm telling you, my heart rate's higher than that right now.
Tony Stewart's been in this position a lot. He's probably getting Vietnam-style flashbacks watching this. Being in the same position that, like, Cindric is in right now.
It was spectacular. He won us a lot of races, and I jokingly say he almost put me out of the open wheel industry. He wrecked everything I had and wrecked cars we didn't even have built yet. But man, when he won, it was spectacular. That kid was, I had a lot of fun racing with Ricky. I love that kid.
Oh, boy.
Chevys wherever you can find them.
Yeah, they're buddies.
If anybody can keep up with these two,
God, Blaney's so fucking good at pushing Cindric. And now they got all jostled up, and here comes Bubba around the outside again with a run. Hell yeah, Bubba. Kyle Busch and Bubba. Let's do it. Oh, man. And there the run stalls out. They're going to drop back to Stenhouse. Inside line's going to start to hit. Bubba's really leaning on Cindric for that any bit of side draft you can get with these cars. Yeah. My hands are sweaty. That's how I know this is getting good. My hands are sweaty. Something, something, mom spaghetti. Bubba leading again.
with a fast car, maybe everybody's your friend.
There you go.
Don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up, man. Didn't Shannon Sharp say if Bubba Wallace won Daytona 500, he'd probably show up to undisputed butt naked doing backflips? Stay with the 18, whatever you do. Oh, yeah, Chase is in this lead pack, too. Bubba's car got looked weird in the middle of 3 and 4.
That'll be interesting to see how, by the time they get to the start-finish line, what this looks like.
You got a group of cars all
Here's your winning move. Bubba would have won right there. Bubba beat Cindric to the line to lead the lap with 36 to go. Truex still out there running in the lead pack. I think he's laps down, but not well. They said 20. Truex is on the lead lap. Truex is on the lead lap. Yes, I love this run on the outside line. I would.
38.
Drop down. Oh, Bubba, why'd you do that? I wish Kyle would have went with him. Bubba dropped down in front of Cindric and Blaney on the bottom. Oh, you can't get clear. They told him to go back to the top, but he's not clear. Can't do it just yet. He should get a chance to get to the top. If he gets a good push from Cindric, go back to the top and pick up Kyle again. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, push Kyle ahead of Bubba.
Yeah, now Stenhouse put Kyle and Bubba side by side for the lead.
Nah, just
Can he get out front far enough to pull down?
True. Watch the field for him, Bubba. Or Kyle.
Oh, man. That bump down the back. There you go. Get up there. My dad texted me 2 seconds after Bubba moved down and said, what a dumbass. At least he got back up there now. He's still a leader. Stay with the 18. That high line will prevail the longer the run goes, I think. But Blaney is a great pusher. He's the best one I've seen all day. Cindric surges ahead. The horsepower of those Fords. The center of the corner speed with the Fords. It's almost like down the straightaways you can beat them a little bit, but through the center of the corner they just look faster than everybody.
There's Mike.
I'm going to go ahead and jinx this and say I trust Kyle Busch to push Bubba and not turn him because Kyle Busch is very smart. I trust him.
You got an awful smart guy second in line on that outside row, though, that knows how to get stuff done.
That's what I just said. He's smart. I trust Bubba staying with Kyle.
He's also got damage. And we saw as soon as he got to the front and was leading that line.
Yeah, if Kyle's leading the line, he's probably not going to be the fastest, but he's in a good spot. He's a good pusher, and he's got cars behind him. Look at the gap Cindric got. That's going to kill Cindric right there. He's going to fall back and get another run, but Lord have mercy.
Go down, Kyle. Go down.
Go down, Kyle. To the bottom. I can't decide if they should go to the bottom if they get clear of Cindric again or if they should stay in the top. I don't know what line to pick if you're Kyle and Bubba and you get clear of the inside.
All right, you're not going to miss a moment. We're going to go Fox side by side with Austin Cindric.
Oh, man, the whole field's 2x2.
I don't think anybody can afford to jump out of place.
No, not right now. Oh. Cindric got squirrely down the back. Kyle is so smooth with that wheel. I trust him to not spin Bubba. I really do. Like I said, I'm probably jinxing it, but I just trust Kyle Busch. Oh, hush up. Yeah, let him out. He's going to have a heart attack till you do. I'll pretend I didn't see you jump and fall off the dresser, Ozzy. It's getting cold in here. Let's shut my fucking window.
Beef is what's for dinner. Oh, wait.
A Bubba win is what I want for dinner.
Wait, he's got McDonald's. That's beef.
Yeah. McDonald's uses beef, even though half the time their burgers taste like the school lunch burgers. That's why I'm a Burger King man myself. Burger King ain't won since Tony Stewart in 2009. Tony Stewart was the perfect guy to be sponsored by Burger King, let me just say. Him and Joe Nemechek. Nemechek, iconic number 87 Burger King car with the flames. I think we all had that die-cast when we were young because Burger King used to give them shits away.
Ooh, Cindric.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
He's scaring me off of 4.
Oh, boy. 30 laps.
Can we just cross the checkered like this?
Can we just call the race next time Bubba leads a lap? Make me happy.
If they race like this on the last lap, that's going to be a horrible wreck.
Oh, boy.
You have 5 people jump out of line at the same time.
I want this to go green because as the cautions come out, you just got to sit here and think about this shit.
Yeah, and right now we've got a fuel mileage.
Oh, good Lord. Blaney pushing sign so he has a shot to win. Boy, they've lost some ground now. That 4-car on the bottom. Cindric, Blaney, Jones, and Keselowski. Yeah, outside line's breaking up further back. It's killing them. It's killing their momentum.
The battle at the front has been the Fords of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney against the Toyotas on the outside.
Michael, here we are again with conflicting interests. You need Cindric to win. I need Bubba to win. Bubba or Keselowski, preferably Bubba because I get more money.
Packing up with each other. That is totally Brad and Eric. They look like a bunch of accordions right now.
Ironic, Blaney and Eric Jones might have to work together.
See those guys, the teammates on the outside, working together. They've got their 3-car pack. They need a 3-car pack.
Outside line's forming up again. They'll be back, but they lost a lot of ground for a couple of laps.
Bad Brad, right there in the 6th. There's one car in between them that they need spit out. Look for him to show some aggression and try to get underneath him. He slips up the least little bit, and he's going to fill that void.
Now you got Chase Briscoe behind him and right behind him. How does Michael McDowell always find his way to the...
Hello, McDowell. 6th in line on the bottom.
Last year's winner.
He's patient. He's patient. He sits there and just puts himself in good situations. Doesn't get himself in a bad spot that can compromise where he needs to be.
Logano was doing a good job of staying in the back and then trying to get to the front, and then he got fucking wrecked and stuck a lap down.
Ricky Stenhouse fell back a bit in his relay. It looks like Bubba Wallace...
More cars, get up there.
Need the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse as a pusher.
Got a hood flap.
Oh, the hood flaps coming off the 18. They might black flag him.
Obviously, the tether is holding it on, which is still fair.
Oh, bad bump on Bubba. Oh, lift.
Push right there.
Boy, that's
Ugh.
up the hill and
Lost it. It's hanging on his windshield.
It seems like Kyle can really...
I'm sure that's annoying, having that thing flap right in front of his face on the driver's side of the windshield.
Staying with him right there. He needs Ricky to be able to go with
Kyle's
him
like,
to
all right, Bubba,
complete
I'll push
that
you in
and
the
stay
lead. I got
forward.
the
that's kind of been the story of the week, Clint, because the Chevrolets had single car speed. They dominated qualifying, but they don't seem to
appear today that's what we're seeing.
If they black flag Kyle Busch, I need Blaney to get up in front of Bubba.
How does Kyle get out of that?
That's a good question.
with Kyle Busch right in a tight
Do you
draft.
go to the wall?
I have to just pull out of line and wave them by. Pull out of line and wave them by.
Are probably safely tucked in the draft, but don't look for Busch to be able to pull out the pass.
No, it's just like that second engine you see on a train going by. What's
Fall
he in
back
there
that
for?
fast and then
Well, they ever hit
3 laps
anything,
later.
it ain't
He's going to fly off and get lodged in somebody's skull down the front stretch. Elliott and Larson in this lead pack. Larson closer to the front, though, than Elliott. Larson's 5th in line on the outside.
That's how you're going to have to.
25 to go. I just need that 18 to stay out here and stay intact enough to push Bubba.
No, Mike. I'm talking to the race car driver right here. Is it time to start making moves? Are you going to start looking for this middle line if you're Kyle Larson?
I think if a middle line forms, it's just going to completely sabotage 2 of the 3 lines. Oh, Bubba loose off the corner. God, Bubba is squirrely getting pushed, but yeah, the speed that Kyle carries, my God. They cleared him now. Kyle and Bubba take it to the bottom. That means the first thing Cindric's going to try to do is shoot up and go to the outside. You got to be kidding me. Bubba's leading with 24 to go. Now you got Stenhouse and Buescher coming on the outside in 4th. You got some back markers pitting. All right, Kyle, stay with him, Kyle. Come on, man.
You can't afford to get shuffled back to 8th or 10th right now. I don't know. You know, obviously we're speculating whether there's going to be a 3rd line developed, but you don't want to take a chance getting put that far back right now.
Well, now what can Stenhouse do now that he's the leader of the outside line?
Exactly what he's doing. Side drafting off the bottom, find the side draft in the corners and things like that. Come off of him, allow that guy to give the smooth bump drafts to your rear bumper. By the way, that guy is Chris Buescher. Who won that duel?
Stenhouse and Buescher and Larson up to 3rd, next door to Cindric.
Oh, they're coming. They got 5 cars keeping up.
Here comes a big
That's
push.
insane.
Oh, boy. No, Stenhouse, no.
Go, Ricky.
Kyle's going to get Bubba back by Stenhouse. Stenhouse doesn't have a push here. The side draft is the only thing keeping Stenhouse with him. He's side drafting to hold him back until Buescher gets to his bumper. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, God. If the wreck happens, it's going to be in that outside line. Yes. And it's going to come from that outside line with Buescher and Stenhouse.
Jordan versus Brad Doherty for the lead in the Daytona 500.
We got a basketball battle.
You're thinking that my fists are clenched because I'm sitting there like I got a steering wheel in my hand and I'm scared to turn loose of it right now.
Stenhouse leads that lap with 22 to go. I told them this morning, did you hear me on my stream? NASCAR posted a tweet last night of a GIF, and it's a picture of each driver in the Daytona 500, and it says screenshot on your phone, and whoever it comes up as is going to win. I did it, and it came up Stenhouse.
Well, you got Larson in, what, 5th, 6th?
So between my bets and screenshotting the GIF that showed Stenhouse is going to win, I'm looking pretty set right now. Ah, Stenhouse loose. Good save. They're coming up on the lap car. They're catching the lap car on the straightaway, thank you. Stay on the bottom, Bubba. I don't care what they do up top. Stay on the bottom. I don't care what the fuck happens up top. Stay on the goddamn bottom.
Going a lap down here, he had just made a pit stop, as did Christopher Bell. Those 3 cars on the outside had just come off.
Trailing by some lap cars.
Austin Dillon included. 21.
They're going side by side again. Oh, boy. Big push on the outside now. My Lord. Stenhouse and Buescher. I just feel like it's just going to go back and forth, back and forth. Nobody can hold the lead.
Larson was going to go through the middle.
Stenhouse got a really big gap there. He could clear down in front of Bubba if he wants. And he thought about it, but he's going to stay with his pushers. Nobody can get a hold of this lead and keep it. It's just back and forth every lap or so. 20 to go. There are more cars than that outside now, and that's why they're surging ahead. Who's going to be the first to jump out of that top line and go to the bottom? Because somebody will.
Larson.
I'd bet money on Larson, too. Yeah.
He already tried to make it 3 wide.
When he feels like it's right, Larson would probably go down there in front of the Toyotas.
Look at that run, Bubba.
See, back and forth. Here we go. Nobody can hold the fucking lead.
Lap
Coming up on a fucking lap car. God damn it.
Get out of the way.
I hate these fucking lappers. Here they come on Custer's lap ass. Go high, Custer. There you go. Every time they come up on a lap car, I'm like, because it fucks with the flow of the race and how the field's shaking out and who gets the run, depending on where they catch the lapper.
Oh, yeah, Larson's about to... He's beside Bubba. There you go. If he makes it, he's going to do it.
Bring me my brown pants. I'm going to need them.
5's definitely clear. Not now.
You can't stay attached. You can bump and you push somebody way out there, and then you just can't stay attached to them. And then here comes the rest of the pack behind you.
See, Larson's got it. He just ain't moving.
Yeah, Larson has not chosen to move down yet.
The 38's in 4th.
18 laps to go. Ricky Stenhouse, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson.
Yep, that's a wide shot.
Tonight on FS1, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, Tony Stewart Racing makes its debut out at Pomona, the NHRA winner.
Look at that long line of lap cars up there. They're going to have to snake by here in a minute. Oh, they all got... We couldn't see what just happened, but the whole inside line got jacked up, and Bubba and Kyle Busch dropped into about 6th place on the outside line. Now everybody's single file on the outside.
I love it. I mean,
that inside line just died in the 3 or 4 seconds they weren't showing anything. So now it's Stenhouse, Buescher, and Larson with Gilliland and Harvick. And then behind them is Jones, Bubba, and Kyle Busch. So the outside line inevitably won the battle. I don't know. That bottom line just disappeared out of fucking nowhere. Just out of the blue, disappeared. Oh, Bubba's trying to make a comeback. Oh, and then Kyle goes to the outside by himself. And now Bubba's on the bottom. Yeah, Bubba's out of this mess. Somebody go with him, God damn it. Well, see you later, Bubba. It was nice to dream for a few laps, but now he's going to have to tuck in behind Brad. Noah, check up, Noah. There you go. Noah checks up, lets Bubba in. Bubba tucks in about 11th place behind Keselowski. Oh, fucking Stenhouse. Going to have to beat his old ride to win the race. Yeah. We're going to have a first-time Daytona 500 winner out of that top 4. Harvick's the only spoiler up here. He's in 5th. Starting to remind me of the 2017 Daytona 500 that I love so much. I mentioned that before the stream today. I was like, 2017 was the last really great 500 because we had a long green run to the finish, and it looked a lot like this. And there were some mild fuel mileage concerns that day as well. A little bit, yeah. I think everybody should be able to make it, but somebody might run out. Yeah, whoever's leading the line's obviously burning the most fuel. I like where Larson and Gilliland are at if you're worried about gas. 15 to go. It's easier to pass the lap cars now that they're single file.
Yeah, we brought him on board. He's going to run some Cup races this year and some Xfinity races, but Ryan is a talent. I agree with you. I know his background in modified.
Priest is going to replace Almirola next year.
He's your reserve driver.
Absolutely.
Definitely better than
That's the vision behind this car. This next-gen car. What you see right there is exactly what we hoped for with this next-gen car.
It's Daytona, boy. You saw this at Daytona with every variation of car.
A single-car team should be just as good as a 4-car team, and you see a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of new ownership taking place in this sport, and I think the proof's in the pudding with Ricky Stenhouse and that single-car team leading the field.
Oh, I wanted Bubba to win so bad. At least he's 11th.
Now this single-file train is about to catch a 5-car pack of cars, and I wonder as they get closer and that draft takes effect, if we'll see some movement.
Well, guys are going to have to somewhat get organized here because if you're going to do it, you're going to have to start now to get that line down, get it moving, get momentum. It's not going to happen in 2 or 3
Cindric going to the bottom with Blaney and Keselowski and Bubba. And now Harvick moves down. Wow, that bottom line's looking really formative now. Yeah, Larson, those guys saw it. Larson, Buescher, and Stenhouse moved down in front. Now the strength's on the bottom, and Gilliland and Eric Jones are hung out. And lap cars ahead. And now Larson got shuffled out of the bottom. He can't get back in. Now Larson's going to lead the top line. There's 5 cars in the top. There's not a lot of speed in it right now. Villeneuve, please get out of the fucking way. They use Villeneuve for a draft there down the back. Bubba gained some positions back from that move, getting to the inside. I did the Lightning Challenge last night. Junior at Talladega in 02 on fuel mileage. Hold off Tony Stewart and don't run out of gas. Did it on the first try. I lost the lead and rode in Tony's draft for a lap and a half and passed him down the back with 1 to go.
Well, the good thing, Mike, they did bring Ricky Stenhouse in with 1 to go, and he topped off with 22 to go.
Remember I kept saying when you were running further back, you should have kept pitting under that caution, and Stenhouse did. Yeah. Can't see shit. We're looking at onboard cameras of lap cars. Stenhouse is now officially a sitting duck. Them lap cars just jacked this field all up. They're 3 wide. Elliott and Bubba outside some lap cars. Larson shoots up into the top. Good move, Larson. I think that'll pay off. That move right there by Larson's going to pay off here. That is going to pay off. Stenhouse is officially a sitting duck. He's got 5 Fords lined up behind him. He's done. Stenhouse will not win this race with those 5 Fords behind him. I hate it for Stenhouse, but he's out there on an island now. He's going to block like a motherfucker, though. You try to make that move on him. Stenhouse will block like a motherfucker. Yeah, now Cindric, never mind. Cindric and Blaney shoot to the inside on that top line. Oh, Buescher. Buescher couldn't stop Cindric and Blaney from getting to his inside. Stenhouse still the leader. And Bubba's back in the top 5. Oh, Harvick. Oh, Gregson, Larson, Harvick, Eric Jones, Todd Gilliland. Chase Elliott spins, didn't hit anything. Oh, Lord. Elliott takes a ride. I hope them tires stay up or he's going to get stuck. Damn, Larson and Noah crashed each other again. Gilliland was having a great race.
Harvick, damn.
And climbing out.
You got something to say, Tony?
Larson fucking hates Daytona for a reason. I don't think Larson has any steering. Harvick's left front wheel is permanently turned right. That left front wheel is going to the right. Woo! Oh, there goes the Eric Jones bet for Michael. Sorry, Michael. I thought we were going to make it to the end without this bullshit.
Well, now you got to
Stay out. We're not in overtime yet. I'm sure the Boomers will find a way to blame this on Bubba, even though he was ahead of the wreck. Big checkup. Busher had no momentum. Harvick hit him.
It was Busher and Larson.
Yeah, Busher. No, that was just a racing deal. Busher checked up. Larson was pushing. Elliott goes for a ride. Elliott down on the road course, probably where he's more comfortable.
Harvick was having to slow down. Larson's got a huge.
Just a racing deal. Larson had a big run. Busher, it was like somebody threw a parachute out the back of Busher's car. He's so slow here. Just an accident. And in the tri-oval, where the car is the lightest it is around the racetrack, everybody says the tri-oval's the hardest part of the racetrack to drive in, especially in the pack. And David Reagan, Lightning Challenge wreck avoidance again.
Two cars that shoot through the middle, Kyle Busch and
David Reagan. Them cars float away in that tri-oval. Youch. Low. So Briscoe's still going.
all right, Martin Truex. That's David Reagan just in front of Truex.
David Reagan has a golden horseshoe up his ass.
He's got to win.
By the way, Truex still on the lead lap.
And he made it through.
Kid Rock's honky tonk cam.
You might as well not even try to spot during that.
His spotter yelled middle the entire time and there was no middle.
I remember there was a wreck at New Hampshire in 2010, and TJ says to Junior, go low, and Junior goes high and goes around the wreck.
Eric Almirola made it out?
Yeah.
And that's not any. This whole thing is not anybody's fault. That is just bad circumstances. Yeah. Yes.
No, that was Larson giving Harvick payback.
And now we're under red. Fuck.
That was Larson's Harvick payback for
once
Briscoe.
again, talk about what it takes for the end of this thing. A lot of dancing partners just left in the rear view.
They're going to red flag the race so they don't have to go to overtime. I'm okay with that. I don't want any bullshit overtime.
Spotters and everything else. Who are we going to work with?
Now, they're not working on this car because all of the cars have been stopped on the track prior to the start-finish line while the track crews clean up the debris field. So under the red flag, no work is allowed to be done on pit road. Kevin Harvick's crew.
Harvick, Larson, Elliott spun, Gillen, Jones, and Noah Gregson.
Once the red flag is lifted. Let's check with Vince Welch.
With Brad Daugherty, one of the team owners for Ricky Stenhouse car, what's it feel like? You're one of
Our
the
annual red flag at Daytona.
For the Daytona 500 win. How the nerves feel?
Yeah, pretty nervous, Vince. You know, we got a really strong race car. Team's done a great job today. Been solid. Ricky's driven a smart race. Keeps putting the same positions.
Somebody get Brad Daugherty a big ass barbecue sandwich. It'll be funny.
We restart, but I'm pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, we check your heart rate. We might get it. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Rudy Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, who led there for quite a while now. When we get going again, you guys will be fit. What's your assessment of what you've seen today? Just how you guys have been able to lead. You've been shuffled back. You kind of seen it all.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before the race. We needed to stay up front just because used to be you could lay back with the older cars and suck back up to the back. It's not the case now. So everybody's staying together, and we knew this was going to happen. But right now, we're fortunate. Bubba's doing an exceptional job. He and Freddie. I mean, anything can happen in his last 9. So.
Think you guys have a shot at it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we got a great shot.
Look at that smile. So sly, Mike.
They're in 5th place right now.
Well,
Let's talk to the leader.
old Ricky Funhouse.
You got us?
Yeah, I got you, boy.
How about you, man? Leading this baby. All right, what's your plan? What's your strategy? I see a lot of Fords in your rearview mirror. You're only Lone Wolf Chevrolet. How do you work with those guys and situate yourself to win this Daytona 500?
Yeah, just got to work with my spotter tab boy here. Man, our quarter Irish Spring Camaro's been so good all day. Drove good. Those Fords can push really good. And, you know, the 17 was kind of playing around there, trying to push us to kind of see how far he can get us out, and then obviously dump us and go with the rest of his teammates there. So I was really hoping the 5 would get back to me. You know, Kyle and I worked really well together. So, I mean, heck, we're just going to have to keep blocking as much as we can. We got a fast car to do it, so it's going to be tough. It's,
Hurry up and clean this shit up. Let's go.
see if we can't,
I want to restart with like 5 or 6 to go.
Well, man, good luck. We know you'll be up there. Get all that blocking on, all right? We're going to be watching it. Daytona 500. Game on, baby.
God, Clint Boyer really is a shitty analyst. I can't wait till the Fox TV deal runs out.
Let's go back to the crash here. Now, Kevin Harvick basically got caught.
God, he's gonna make it through the final race.
He came up on a car that was a little slower, and then he got hit by Kyle Larson, who was a lot faster.
Damn, Larson was fast. You see on Harvick's onboard how hard Larson hit him. That was like a jump scare. Looking at Harvick's camera where you're looking at him, it looked like he got jump scared by Kyle Larson. Oh, man. Once again, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, and David Reagan. Whee!
We saw David Reagan right through the middle. Kyle Busch.
Pretty much with Joey.
Still running. A lot of runoff space down there.
Joey Chitwood or, you know, the Hurricane Hell drivers, Dan Fleenor, those guys. That look like Chase Elliott right there.
Talk to him. It'd just be a boring interview because Chase Elliott has the personality of a wet blanket. As much as I like him. We're back under yellow. They're firing him up.
Work can resume on pit road. They're going to line them up, and we're going to check with Chris Myers.
Fix that flap on Kyle Busch's car, perhaps. Be a great race win diecast for Kyle, like you mentioned earlier, especially now that the little hood flap's broken off. Yeah.
I feel like his Daytona 500 win being that beat up. That car
it's far from over. At this point in the race, when you get a restart, you don't let off. You commit to pushing the guy in front of you. Even if
Yeah, Michael Gregson was quietly not doing anything stupid, having a good day. But it makes me happy to see him eat shit into that outside wall. Could have used some of that yesterday. Could have used a double dose this weekend at Gregson eating shit. Thank goodness for those. So for I mentioned how much I like the bottom of the new cars.
See Harrison Burton's car flipped. Luckily, it landed on all 4 tires. Harrison Burton was able to walk away.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Keselowski didn't.
Something breaks on the. Hey, what shitty luck? Just breaks in front of the pack.
Tyler Reddick and both Truex and Logano involved in this one. 5 cars total.
Yeah, this collected some of the favorites. Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano also you see is involved in this. And Joey's back on the track, back just a little bit. Tyler Reddick had an issue with his car.
If Bubba wins, there's going to be like a 5-hour episode of I Am Athlete in the next week or two.
Chris Buescher slows a little bit. You heard the booth talk about, hey, this is just racing. Tony Stewart said, but Larson gets into Harvick, and then it created a massive wreck here.
He didn't miss shit. It was a short red flag. Leaderboard's not updated yet. Stenhouse is the leader. Poor Kyle Larson can never fucking get through Daytona.
The dynamic of this race now, because we're going to get to have a restart.
Yeah, when I USA 9 scheduled. We could have overtime, and we may not have seen our last wreck. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski, currently running fourth, has led the most laps today.
I haven't even thought about the car shortage until now that we've had a couple of big wrecks and some Hendrick cars were in it, of course.
So much speed, all of Speedweek. Start on the pole. Looked like you finally started to make your move at the end of the race there. How disappointing is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. I had to run there on the 4.
He's got N-word in his eyes. I'm kidding.
Got to him right as he was getting to him, and it got him out of shape. So I hate that I did that, but it's so hard to see in front of him, especially on a straightaway like that. So, like I said, I didn't realize how close he was to him.
You think it's hard to see from where you're sitting? You should watch the Fox broadcast. We never see anything.
Yeah, our HinderCars.com Chevy was fast, and hopefully we can see a Chevy win here with Ricky out front.
Thanks, Scott.
Ricky's his buddy.
Defending series champion Kyle Larson out of the race, and here is your leader, Mr. Lonely, in that he is a single
Save fuel.
And you look at those makes on the right side of the pylon, he is the only Chevrolet in the top 9.
Yeah, and that's not a comforting feeling.
I hope Stenhouse wins and Kyle Busch finishes second.
The Fords work together and they work well together. You look at second, third, fourth, Cinder, Blaney, both Penske drivers. With Keselowski, a former Penske driver, but it's on his own. Those guys are going to be tough for him to. He might be able to hold 1 or 2 of them off, but to hold 3 or more, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
Out of 19th, please.
Well, we talked about the paradox at the top of the show, and drivers have tried for many.
Tony Stewart. Now that's an athlete's body right there.
It's his 18,500. Kyle Busch, it's his 17th.
Sex machine there, Tony Stewart. Looking like a mob boss.
Brad Keselowski, the 13th. Eric Almirola, the 11th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. his 10th try to win the 500.
Yeah, I look at all of those.
Don't go to Boyer. He never knows what to say.
He's doing right there again, the lone wolf out there. But sometimes that's a good thing. You're at the dance looking for a dancing partner, and somehow, some way, there's still a way to win this thing. You got to play a little bit of defense, get in there, break those boys' dancing party up, and make some noise that way. Put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but push you.
I don't know, Tony. You come to the party stag, you're likely to go home alone.
Yeah, but
not with a haircut like that.
Don't cut across what Tony's about to play.
No, Ricky has done a great job. We've seen him in this position before where he's had to hold off guys, and he can hold off a lot of cars at one time, but
he sure can. Never seen. There's very few drivers in the history of this sport that can make a car 8 lanes wide like Ricky Stenhouse. Bubba's going to be in the top 5 here.
Those are the guys, those are the players. If you're Ricky Stenhouse, I need to be starting to look and formulate my mind how to find those guys.
And how to block 2 lanes at once.
Big time.
2 lanes, block everybody. Everything, everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. You just got to go.
Please tell me this is the one to go. It is. We're going green with 6 to go next time around. I'm glad they red flagged it because we're going to go green with 6 to go.
Now, that is a new adjustment this year. We talked about the Geico restart zone, and
oh, what? Another change to NASCAR's wonderful restart rules?
Stenhouse, who was elected the outside lane. He is the only driver, only lead driver gets lane choice. Stenhouse must fire off within the Geico restart zone. But should he spin the wheels or miss a shift, it's no harm, no foul if Austin Cindric beats him across the start-finish line.
No more start-finish line rule. Nope. It's all that has to happen is that leader jump first. As long as that's good, starts good, where we go.
That's why iRacing just has simple restart rules. Green flag, go.
Something that's needed to happen. I mean, a lot of times you were at the mercy of the guy that was leading the race and on the restart, but this is a good change.
Look at the ray tracing on the backstretch. Look at those graphics. The ray tracing.
Gap under that car.
Leading the field here at Daytona. It'll be
Kevin Harvick going to the garage. Like I said, that left front was all broken up.
Restart green. Is it a little late to look at the trends, or are we right on time?
Never too late, Mike. I looked at the last 5 Daytona 500s during stage racing era. The last caution flag, we're there. Lap 191, 9 to go, but 3 overtime finishes in the last 5 Daytona 500s. We may not be done yet.
2020, 2019, and 18.
That's the scheduled distance, but if we're under caution, we'll go green, white checker as many times as it takes to get to the checkered flag.
I got to pee again, but they're coming to the green.
Ready to be here till tomorrow.
So the 2 and 12, lined up there together. Cindric and
Blaney and Bubba on the inside behind Cindric. Let's go.
Ronski's birthday today. We all know what the captain wants for happy birthday.
And if you're those two, you got teammates right behind him. Keselowski and his teammate Chris Buescher, newly found RFK Racing. For them to try to spit Ricky.
They're dooring each other on the restart, Cindric and Stenhouse. All right, we're off. 6 to go. Blaney is the best pusher, but Brad's a good one when he's not turning you. Brad pushing Stenhouse. Blaney's hooked to the bumper of the two. They built a huge gap between the rest of the cars behind them. They're leaning on each other off of two like a short track.
They just got to get in front of the two.
Somebody get up there and push that 23 car, please. Oh, Bubba, big run, Bubba, big run. Hit Blaney square. There you go. Big run from Bubba. Pushes Blaney into Cindric. Oh, Brad's going to do it again, isn't he? Oh, Stenhouse. Oh, Brad again. He did it again. Brad wrecked Stenhouse. Bubba got some damage. He's still going in third. Brad again. I told you it was going to happen again.
Way to go, Clint. Oh,
Buescher got damage. Yeah, I don't want Brad pushing me.
Seventh caution flag, lap 196.
Well, I just got ready. I wanted Brad to push me.
I know Bubba got some damage off of that.
And I mean, he's using it. He's using it for all his might.
And he's not going to give anything
Well, that depends. Are we going to overtime?
There's no mercy on the push right now.
Ricky Stenhouse led the Daytona 500 with 8 laps to go.
Son of a bitch.
And we go home alone.
Heartbroken. Yeah, I'm heartbroken for him. I mean, that kid.
Somebody stop Brad Keselowski before he gets to the children.
You know, and his restrictor plate game has really been strong the last
I
couple
wouldn't
years.
suspend him, but
Be up front,
god
lead
damn.
races, be able to hold guys off by himself. Didn't have to have a partner to do it. He's been able to hold his own up there.
And that's a tough pill to swallow. Right, that wasn't a bad
Yeah, that
loss or
sucks.
anything else. Moved down in front of somebody with a big
He got
car.
run over.
Actually got turned, and he was doing
I got to watch
everything
Bubba
right.
because Bubba
He
got a
had
piece of
himself
this.
and his race team in a place to win this Daytona
And I knew it was
500.
going to happen right there. I'm like, uh-oh.
He was side drafted Bubba pretty hard, and when he come off of it, that thing was.
Kyle Busch dodged another one. David Reagan dodged another one.
I'm ready for this
I'm laughing not because David Reagan just snuck through.
David Reagan and Kyle Busch dodge another one.
He is blessed.
He is a Christian after all. Just don't even bother asking him. He'll tell you. Most of them do.
Oh, yeah, that ripped the
Yeah, Bubba's fucked now.
I think he came down. It's just light. It was light with him pushing hard.
Thanks, Brad. Brad's taking out all my other bets today. You better go fucking win this thing now, Brad.
And Kyle Busch dodges another one.
Alrighty.
Two onboard views from Ricky Stenhouse.
If I'm Ricky, I'm like, the fuck? Turn Bubba's car into a quarter modified.
He's already talking too. Yeah, he's got his hand out with there.
He's wrecking and talking to his crew. Big push on that inside.
Bulldozer Brad. He's not lifting, remember? We went through this a couple years ago. He's not lifting. He ain't lifting. I'm not lifting. God, I wish that would have took him out. I wish it would have.
Is not the first car today to go into the
Now we
fence
know
line
why
because
he
of
doesn't
Brad
lift.
Keselowski. Harrison
Brad
Burton
lifted, he gets taken.
suffered that fate.
Now it's the Blaney Center show.
Karen, I've never met a Christian that didn't want to tell you about how they're Christian. And David Reagan's one of those guys.
He never lifts either. I mean, he just keeps driving.
Cindric's leading. Cindric is leading. Blaney second. Bubba third, but he's got damage. But honestly, if the tires are up on that thing, I'm not pitting. I'm staying out if I'm Bubba. If the tires are up and it's straight, I'm staying out.
This car that went flying there. Bubba Wallace.
Stay out, Bubba.
23. That's a heartbreaker.
Art still out there?
So the total number of cars.
Stay out, Bubba.
Today we're at 25 out of 40.
25 cars.
I forget what the over and under was on pre-race. 20?
I said under, so I was wrong. I didn't think there'd be this many wrecks.
They're gonna cheap shot Rick Ware or Cody Ware into the top 15.
Bubba's staying out with the damage. You go, Bubba. As long as that front bumper's intact and the wheels are straight and the tires are up, I'm fine. I mean, unless they just haven't opened pit road yet.
Traditionally, when this happens, the driver on the outside has a deal with the driver on the inside to move ahead and drop in front. Will that be the case here?
Like Blaney in front? I'd rather Cindric push Blaney. I don't know what the answer to that's going to be.
Whatever you do, don't let Brad push you.
Because I think we got a good chance to win.
And if Cindric takes the bottom, Blaney will be up top with Brad pushing him. Is Brad going to go 3 for 3?
Cindric just talked about dumping Brad.
Well, it's Mr. Optimism there, Austin Cindric.
And I don't necessarily think when he says dump, he means crash, but what he means is that car in second will pull out to go on around.
Dump him out of the lead, correct? Say.
Bubba's got more
So he's saying if Brad goes to his outside to pass him,
whole fender's gone.
Yeah, we saw that fender fly.
I didn't know it was that
bad though. It's a whole fender.
Brad getting dumped by the two. Oh,
my crew
boy,
chief Drew
that would be
Blickenster for 2
hilarious.
Daytona 500 victories for you already. You've got your driver in position now, 5th place. What do you tell him going into this final restart?
This is up to him.
If I'm Cindric, I'm taking the line that Brad ain't going to be in. 2009 Daytona 500 winning crew chief Drew Blickensderfer. Dicklinsderfer. One of the worst crew chiefs that consistently keeps getting work. I don't know how. He's like the Jeff Fisher of crew chiefs.
It's a little bit of both. I mean, he's done a great job all day. Our discounts on those things been really fast. Guys are out shades of giving us great horsepower all day and reliability. And
fuck.
We just got to try to keep it there.
Thanks, Jim. Austin Cindric is in.
We're going to, it's going to be a 1 lap over. It's going to be a 2-lap sprint. They're going to go 1 lap past the scheduled distance. So it's technically an overtime. They'll go to lap 201. Unless we get another fucking, unless Brad wrecks more people pushing. And oh boy, Cindric picked the outside. Congratulations, Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace. As long as you're clear of whatever Brad and Cindric are doing, congratulations, Ryan Blaney.
Then the field will be scored given their position at the moment. The plunger is pushed.
We haven't had a green flag finish since Duel 1 on Thursday. Every other race since then, it's been white flag, caution.
They can pick through and put every car in the proper position at that moment.
And I applaud them for telling Bubba, hey, fuck it, stay out. We ain't got to go far. Just got to go 2 laps. What Bubba really needs is some trash on his grill. So seal that fucker off.
Scared? I don't want to be in this right now.
So Austin Cindric with Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney with Brad Keselowski. The first Chevy is going to be Chase Elliott back in 8th place. Now,
Chase Elliott in the top 10.
Otherwise,
after spinning.
Toyota's Kyle Busch in 9th. They have
Hendrick's got to work on their fucking super speedway shit.
So which group of Fords
That's the question.
is going to beat the others to the line?
There's
I don't think
2
anybody
Storehouse
has
in
any
the top
friends.
6.
Those are teammates on the front row this restart, and I don't think they're friends.
My dad's texting me in capital letters bitching about Brad Keselowski. My dad hates Keselowski, always has. I don't hate Brad, but yeah.
Otherwise, Blaney would get penalized. Does he let the outside car come around and hook up again, or is it on?
Oh, I think that's they're going to try that, but I think Brad's going to have something to do with that. You know, right? Brad's going to try to push and do
whatever you do, don't let Brad push you. I like the idea if I could get Blaney to just let me in and we take off and settle it amongst ourselves. I wonder how Bubba's car is going to fare.
I think this race is in Ryan Blaney's hands. If he can time it for Cindric to come down in front of him, those two can hook up and maybe take off. If not, well, let's find out. It's overtime. Sponsored by
Bubba, push like you've never pushed before. Bad restart on the inside. And I think he is going to want, they want Cindric to get down, and Cindric does the right thing. Briscoe's going to try to push Keselowski to the lead. Cindric has no help. He's got a gap between him and Blaney, and Keselowski's got a push from Briscoe coming. Now they equal out.
So Brad didn't give the 2.
Yeah.
Fast freight coming on the outside.
Kyle Busch back in this lead group. He ain't done yet. Cindric, what do you want to block? I'm going to stay with Blaney because I don't want Brad on my bumper.
Are you going to dump him, Cindric? You said you would.
Oh, boy. We're coming to the white flag. Brad is going to have a nice run off of 4, but is it going to be enough to get to Cindric's door? No, it's not. Not for the moment. Blaney's been a great pusher all day. Bubba third on the bottom. God, I wish something would just happen with this top 3 so Bubba could win this. Hey, we made it to the white flag. Can we complete the final lap for the first time since Thursday? Big push, Bubba to Blaney. Big push from Briscoe to Brad. Nowhere for Blaney to go.
He's locked on there, too.
He's going to have to stay there.
Oh, man, Blaney and Cindric. Uh-oh, Brad's run's coming later. I think Cindric's got it, guys. Depends on what happens over here in 3 and 4. Blaney, go to the middle, go to the middle. I wanted Blaney to shoot to the middle with Bubba. I think Cindric's got it. Those Briscoe stacking up. That outside line's dead. Yeah, Cindric's got it. The side draft off of Brad killed Blaney. Uh-oh. Big run. Go to his outside, Blaney. Go to his outside. Go, Bubba, Bubba, Bubba. No, Cindric wins. Bubba second. Big crash behind him, and David Reagan got wrecked at the line.
Damn, Bubba.
Cindric holds off Bubba in a photo finish. David Reagan crashed. Michael, you won.
Remember in the pre-race, he said, rookie.
Thank you, Briscoe, for bringing us.
Holy cow, right, kid. You just won the biggest race of your
Cindric just won the Daytona 500.
How's that make you feel, Brian?
I thought Cindric was going to wreck himself blocking and Bubba was going to go right by for the win. God damn it! Good for Cindric, though, but god damn it. Yeah. They made some contact. Let me show you where I thought the gates of heaven were about to open up for Bubba Wallace. Not yet. They're still going through 3. I said the whole last lap, I said, I think Cindric's got it. But when Blaney got to his outside and Cindric went to block, I thought they were going to hook. I thought they were going to hook together. Right here to the outside. I'm like, keep blocking him. Keep blocking him.
That was the big run.
No.
Oh.
Second place for Bubba. Cindric wins. And god damn that crash behind him. Brad caused that one too.
Brad took Michael with that
Yeah. Brad caused another one at the line. Brad caused another right at the end. At least we completed the final lap. Well, I told you a Ford was going to win. I said that all week. Yeah, that was a good Daytona 500. I am pleased. Best Daytona 500 since 2017. Daytona 500, Austin Cindric.
To victory lane for the second year in a row.
Maybe I don't need that motor.
We were at Charlotte Motor Speedway one night with the little Bandolero cars when Austin Cindric on a Monday night rookie race won his first.
I'm shaking, goddammit. Can't top.
A couple weeks later, who was in attendance for winter heat? Roger Penske and Walt Zarnicki. They wanted to see this kid.
Well, they saw what they liked it.
He didn't disappoint.
They needed to see.
Man, Bubba's legit a super speedway ace, though, because Bubba is constantly right here in this position.
Damage.
Yeah.
I can't believe Briscoe got that. I don't know what I'm more surprised about in this. The fact Brad went from second to ninth in the last time.
I like that race. That was a good race. And I said a Ford would win. I said it all week. I bet it on 3 Fords and Bubba, so I just picked the wrong Fords. Hey, guys, I finished second again. We're off to a good start.
Who's your too early to pick for next week?
I can't even comprehend it right now. Yeah.
Let's join Jamie Little with the winner.
Austin Cindric.
Cindric fails post-race. Bubba Wallace, Daytona 500 winner. We still got a chance.
He's raced everything. You made it to the top level. A rookie in the Cup Series. Austin, you are a Daytona 500 champion.
Oh my God! You know what makes it all better? A packed house. A packed house at the Daytona 500. Oh my God! I've got so many people to thank. First and foremost, Roger Penske. Happy birthday! Oh my gosh! I appreciate Ryan being a great teammate. Obviously, he wants to win this one, but.
You heard Roger. Dylan just got back from Roger's birthday party. Yeah.
I got up and I told him what, dude. I'm wearing a Chase Elliott.
I'm going back to North Carolina.
This makes up for losing the championship last race I did.
You're an Xfinity Series champion, but this is a whole new ball game, Austin. I know you spent a lot of time working just this week. You are in the play.
Oh, I wanted Bubba to win so fucking bad. I can't stand it.
Get it done when it counted on the last lap.
I'm surrounded by great people. That's all there is to it. I know there's going to be highs and lows. Being rookie,
Corral Joy, top 15. Cody Ware, 17th.
I'm just grateful for the opportunity. Excited for the climb and the mountain we got ahead of us on the 2-team. But we're in the playoffs.
Villeneuve, 22nd. Cindric does look way older than he is. $10 from Michael. Wow, you really scored big.
What a day for winning.
Thank you for the 10, Michael. It eases the pain.
His career, Bubba Wallace finished second in the Daytona 500. Bubba, I saw you put your head down as you got out of the race car. So strong all night long. Talk me through the emotions right now.
Yeah, first of all,
It's good to be disappointed but second.
cool to win the 500 in your, I think, first attempt, maybe not, but full season for him. So congrats to Austin. What could have been, right? Man, it's just, I need to talk about some happy stuff here. Just dejected, but the thing that keeps me up is just the hard work that we put into our speedway stuff and the hard work from everybody at 2311. Proud of them. Can't thank them enough. I knew this was a big move last year for me to go out and be competitive, and we're showing that. And so it's always the first race of the season.
Where's your car
you go
on
through
the finish?
everything, but you know when you come out of the gates like that, it's empowering. It's encouraging. So thanks to everybody back at the shop. McDonald's almost got them another one, back-to-back super speedway wins. That'd have been awesome, especially with it being the 500.
Guys, wrap it up. The Masked Singer's coming on in 8 minutes.
Our Toyota teammates did good work until they got picked off 1, 2, 3 throughout the race. So we just had to.
Yeah, Cindric was top 5 last year in the 500 on the last lap when he got crashed by Joey Logano. Yeah, he was in the 33 car. Yeah.
That's why I was wondering what Bubba said. He said, I didn't know if it was first or not. I didn't mean I forgot it was, what, 33 last year or something?
Yeah.
Thanks, Bubba.
I think Cindric's stuck because he burned out and got flat tires. Oh, yeah, we got a new player on road courses this year for damn sure. Larson, Elliott, and Cindric on road courses. And Truex as well. Larson, Elliott, Truex, and Cindric. Yeah. And Cindric's stuck because he flattened the rear tires right there. And these fucking cars get stuck. Oh, God. I already want to go read the Boomer comments about how it was rigged for Bubba to finish second, or it was rigged to win and he couldn't even win it that way, or some stupid shit that they'll say. I don't know. Oh, I almost would have got to buy another Bubba win shirt.
Bubba second place.
I thought him and Cindric were going to hook, and that was going to be it. When I saw Cindric going up, I was like...
I thought Briscoe and Brad were goners.
I thought the gates of heaven were about to open. And Bubba was going to walk into Valhalla.
Mr. Sindick is the man.
Well, we had a great Daytona 500, and Brad Keselowski is a goddamn weapon.
Yeah. That's worse than
We got Shannon Sharp tweeting about the Daytona 500.
Really?
Yeah.
Him and Skip have a bet on it?
Skip would be insufferable if he covered NASCAR. I'm so glad he doesn't.
You know how they do the Manning cast or whatever?
Yeah.
We need one of those for NASCAR.
Just scrolling.
Yeah, Junior and Jimmy Spencer every week.
Fuck Jimmy Spencer.
That's the two I want.
No, Kurt Busch and Jimmy Spencer when Kurt retires. The moral, this fucking tweet. The moral of the story is, with a little hard work and perseverance, you too can win the Daytona 500 while driving for the team that your father's the president of and future owner of. What an inspirational story.
Yeah, but it's not like he's a bum at the same time. He's not Austin Dillon.
And can we fucking ask Brad Keselowski to stop crashing everyone? Please.
Yeah, people are going to start asking for Newman back when he acts like that.
And Austin Cindric is your Daytona 500 champion.
Oh, I'd give anything to see old Junebug celebrate a win again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, I will. Martinsville.
Yeah, Junior's going to win Martinsville in Xfinity. You watch. If he was going to win anywhere, it'd be there. Which is why I'm like, I want to go to that race. Seeing what I can see here. This guy said Cindric's a rookie and he's already a more successful blocker than Joey Logano ever was. Cindric got away with 2 crazy blocks and didn't junk his shit. Oh, I don't want to go off the air yet. I don't want it to end. I'll see you next week, Michael. Thank you for the 10. Cindric was in that pool of guys I was looking at last night when I was finally making my decision. I was like, Cindric, nah.
I don't think Cindric would have been one of my bets.
I told you I bet on Logano, wrecked, but still running. Harrison Burton, wrecked by Brad. And I bet on Brad, who kept wrecking everyone and was going to wreck his way to winning me $15. And then I had Bubba, who's a survivor and
what was Bubba's
really
odds?
good. He was like 20 to 1 or something.
Damn.
I think. Now the teams have to go back to Charlotte and see if they have any fucking parts to take to California. Oh, Lord.
They're going to be like I was in my junior season running the back marker gray car.
And we only had to go 1 lap over the scheduled distance. That's a blessing after the last couple of Daytona 500s. Especially 2020. What a fucking shit show that was. So I like the new car. I like the new Super Speedway package. It's racy. It's racy. You don't get stuck in line just because you're stuck.
For those who push the limits, it's a possibility. Goodyear, more driven. That's aerial coverage of victory lane. What's missing?
I'm glad I came around on old Cindric.
Cindric has used it up right here at the start-finish line.
They got to fix that. These cars get stuck with the rear tires get flat.
Between the banking and the track.
Here comes the best tire change of the day right here.
Celebration will be slightly delayed.
That baby's done its job. Let's go celebrate,
back aboard. All right. What happened?
Oh, this last lap's going to kill me to watch every time. I'm just going to keep wishing for Cindric and Blaney to hook.
Get to third, and how does the 23 get to second?
Almirola came into the picture here. Look, Bubba shoved Blaney with the same speed Larson had and didn't wreck him. And then Brad's like, fuck you, Busher, or Briscoe. Right there, I was hoping. Hey, you should penalize Cindric. He forced Bubba below the yellow line. I'm dead serious. Hold on, hold the phone. Hold the phone, guys. They black flagged Johnny Sauter for the same thing and took a truck win from him at Talladega. He forced Bubba below the yellow line.
You can't do that to Penske, man, on his birthday.
I guess not, but I'm just saying, Cindric forced Bubba below the yellow line. He should get black flagged. I'm just saying. Tell me it's not consistent with what they've done the last couple of years.
Well, I mean, you got to think about the truck race. He flew by on the bottom.
I couldn't quite get to Brad. I needed to be able to get to Brad. He was having to drag so much brake for me to be able to help him that I wish I was more help. I felt like I could have just locked on. I could have got him up there, but just I mean, you know the story, Vince. To be sleeping on couches and volunteer shops, 6-7 years ago, now to have a chance to win the Daytona 500 at the end and finish third and start the year off with these Mahindra Tractors folks and HighPoint.com, all the people that get us to the racetrack. We want to be a playoff contender this year, and having a good run here is a good start. So wish we could have had one more lap. Never know what could have happened, but yeah, super cool to finish third and really cool for one of my best friends to win the race.
Great job. Congratulations.
Black flag to 2, 23 to victory lane.
At the end of the race, though, looked like you were in the perfect position at one point.
I felt like it, man. I believed it.
Nowhere to be seen all day.
There for the green light checker.
Yeah.
I really
Notice I didn't bet on any Stuart Haas cars. I just didn't trust them. The duels were not very impressive for Stuart Haas.
My last full-time season with this team, and having Shane.
Now they got Cindric's car rolling.
Here, I felt like I was in a great spot, and it still hurts. You know, it's an awesome feeling. I'm gonna miss that. You know, coming down to the white flag lap, feeling like you have a shot to win the Daytona 500. That's an incredible feeling. And just so proud of Ford for getting to victory lane, swept the weekend here in Daytona. And Smithfield, Mobile One, Pit Boss, Go Bowling, everybody that supports us, man, this is incredible.
Ford won every race except the Xfinity race.
Almost feel like we had a shot at getting it done, so dang it, so close.
Thanks, Eric. Well, Eric Almirola leaves Daytona with an intact car and a fifth place.
Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. Not much left to say. The Masked Singer's coming on, guys. You got to go watch The Masked Singer, so I'm going to let y'all go get off here and go do that. Black flag Austin Cindric. He forced Bubba Wallace below the yellow line. Congratulations to Bubba Wallace, the real winner. I'm kidding, but still, they could.
I know, I need that race win.
They should have. He forced him below the yellow. You can't do that, so they say, unless you're.
Oh no, they're changing rules.
Unless it's your car owner's birthday. Yeah, all right. Good night, bitches. I'll see y'all next weekend.